So if we could call the roll?
Chair Woodfin.
Here.
Member Hicks.
Here.
Mr. Fox.
Here.
Mr. Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Tarbell.
Here.
Ms. Savage.
Here.
Ms. Condodetraki.
Here.
Ms. Rosenberger.
Here.
Counselor Todd. Here. We have a quorum.
Okay, we have a full house. Everybody's here. First item on our agenda is approval of the minutes from the November 19th Planning Board meeting. Would someone like to make a motion to approve those minutes as submitted?
And I will recuse. I was
Got
not
one
here.
recusal? Same,
Two
Jeff?
recusals.
Two recusals.
Whatever. Yeah. I'll second it.
Got a move?
Second.
Yeah.
Second from Dina. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Just for the record, Jeff Santa Cruz, Amanda Savage are both recused. They weren't here for the meeting. Abstained from the vote. Sorry.
That's okay.
Agenda overview. Anything I need to know about on the agenda overview?
There are a couple of items. Item 9A has been requested to be continued to the February 18th, 2026 meeting. That's the conditional use permit for the Arts Alley signage. Also, at the request of the applicant, we are removing item 5A from the consent agenda. That public hearing will be held in conjunction with item 7B from the same applicant. And I also note that for the record that item 9G was originally a consent item but has been removed at the request of the applicant.
Okay, so we'll move 9G out of consent and on to the public.
We need a motion on 9A to continue to February 20,
Okay, so
February 18.
So we got a motion and a second?
Second.
A motion and a second to continue 9A to the February, doesn't seem possible, we're already talking about February, to the February 18th meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. You don't need anything to move them out of consent, so we will look at the consent agenda items. On our agenda, everything from 5A,
5C.
5C, excuse me, 5C through 5H is consent. So if anyone's here has questions or concerns regarding any of those items, if you could make yourself known. Eden.
I'm conflicted out of 5E for family ownership of that property.
Okay, so we're not going to take it out of consent. I'm going to ask you to recuse yourself on the consent agenda item in totality, okay? All right, so no vote on the consent. Any member of the audience have any questions or concerns about any of the items 5, what was it, C?
C through H.
Through H. If not, we will take those recommendations made by Architectural Design Review and the applications as they are submitted. Would someone like to make a motion to approve all those applications as submitted with Architectural Design Review notes?
So moved.
Second.
Motions are made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Just for the record, Mr. Tarbell recused himself on those, and we did not recognize his vote. Moving right along to item C. You guys think this is going to move quick. We're going to slow down pretty soon, so hang tight. Moving through on item 6, determination of completeness by consent. We've got one item on the agenda for determination of completeness by consent. If we could read that into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Wilcox and Barton Inc. on behalf of Davall Realty Associates LLC and Bank Chevrolet, requesting approval for a major site plan application and conditional use permit for certain uses in the Aquifer Protection District for the construction of a parking lot and other site improvements at tax map 782Z, lot 8, address is 234 Airport Road in the highway commercial, single-family residential, and open space residential districts. What we're looking for here on this is a motion and second to, let me find my notes on that one. Determine the application and conditional use permit, development of regional impact, and continue the determination of completeness to January 21st.
Okay, so staff has found the application complete. It is a development of regional impact and recommends finding the application complete and opening the public, setting up, sorry.
Continuing.
Determine, sorry, continuing the application to the January 21st meeting. Would someone like to make a motion? No?
It's not.
Staff's recommending to determine the application of regional impact and continue its determination of
I
completeness.
gotcha. I'm sorry. I didn't read my notes right. You wrote them right. I read them wrong. So again, staff has found it is a development of regional impact and recommending to push the determination of completeness to the January 21st meeting. Correct?
This way, the budding communities and the Regional Plan Commission can get their
Have a
comments
time.
in
Yep.
before we actually have the hearing.
All right.
Yes.
We get a
And
motion?
for the boards, why one major reason staff's recommending not completeness at this meeting is there's a zoning thing they need to clean up, but would not impact any neighboring communities or anything like that. So they plan on fixing that through design, and we feel comfortable with this section.
Okay. Would someone like to make that motion?
So move.
Second.
Motion's been made to second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Moves us on to our public hearing section in our agenda. Why don't we read item 7A into the record?
This is City of Concord request public hearing in accordance with RSA 674-54 for the renovation and construction of an approximately 18,000 square foot building addition and associated site improvements for a new police station at tax map 583Z, lot 10, addressed as 4 Booton Street in the institutional district.
4 Booton Street. All right. Welcome back to the. I'm going to recognize Mr. Tarbell.
I have a repeating theme here, and I got a conflict
Absolutely.
for the abutting property, so I'll sit in the back next
Sit in
to
go sit in the hall. Go sit in the hall. There's nice comfy seats right outside. You can watch it on YouTube if you want.
I do have a quick thing before we turn it over to Ms. Festermoser.
Okay, what do you got?
This project, as I noted, is for the construction of the new police headquarters at 4 Booton Street. Calls for the adaptive reuse of the former Concord Group Insurance Building and the construction of the 18,000 square foot building addition and associated site improvements, resulting in a facility approximately 57,000 square feet in size. It's important to note that the City Council has already appropriated the funding for the project, which is CIP 643. So the focus of tonight's hearing is to be on the design and construction of the facility. Per RSA 74-54, this is a governmental use of property, and the project is subject to non-binding review by the Planning Board here tonight. The Planning Board should provide comments and feedback to the city's design team as the project proceeds in final design and the construction stages of the process. In accordance with the state law, governmental land uses are exempted from local land use regulations, but we certainly welcome the feedback of the board relative to the project's design.
Perfect. Well put, and I appreciate that. And welcome back to the table, Ms. Fenstermacher. If you could state your name for the record.
Beth Fenstermacher, Director of Special Projects for the City of Concord.
Perfect.
I'm the project manager for this project on behalf of the city and the police department. I'm joined tonight in the audience with our design team from Harriman, the architect and the civil team, just in case there's any questions or things to address. So I'm just going to quickly walk through. Hopefully people have been watching this all along and kind of know where we're at. But this is where we're at currently with our site plan. It's the existing building at 4 Booton Street that we're adaptively reusing. A new building addition, our Category 4 requirements. We required, to meet those Category 4 requirements, we had to build an addition. So that's on the northern part of the existing building. We have a secure area where patrol and staff vehicles will be, and they have direct access to the building and garage bays there. The main public entrance will be the existing public entrance for the Concord Group building. So that'll be maintained, and we'll be adding additional parking for public and staff in the non-secure area. This lighted entrance is going to remain as the main access point. We're working with the city's transportation engineer. There's a current CIP for the traffic signal replacement, so we're coordinating with them, realigning that intersection, and are moving forward with that. We are maintaining the southern entrance and the northern entrance. The southern is required to meet the turning movement for garbage trucks, delivery trucks, and fire trucks. And then this is an existing northern entrance, will just be for staff authorized vehicles only. The landscape plan, so we went to ADR a couple weeks ago. There was a couple comments about sort of softening this. There's the secure fence that's along North State Street, Booton Street. They wanted to soften it with more plantings, so we've added additional plantings. This is updated since what you saw. And also it's been reviewed by the city's public safety expert that was hired as part of the Harriman team, just to make sure that people can't climb trees and jump over the fence, and adding some other shrubs that can't be climbed and stuff like that. So we're working on that as well. We've provided screening and buffer along the residential property boundaries. So on the northern boundary right here, there's residential apartment buildings here. So we have screening fence there and all along this eastern boundary as well. Here it'll be a little bit more open so people can see into the site, but it'll be an anti-climb fence so people won't be able to get in. And then this will remain open along the public parking areas there. We're working on stormwater. There were some comments in the engineering report that we're working with our engineers to reduce the amount of stormwater leaving the site, and we're actively working on that design as well, but hoping to reduce the amount of stormwater to help relieve the impact on the city's water system. Looking to reuse existing sewer systems coming out of the building, also doing some additional work on that to figure out to make sure those lines are still usable, but we have to have redundancy in systems, so we have a new sewer and water line coming to the addition building there. We have proposed currently 98 spaces, which is exciting for the police department because currently they have about 30 where they are now. So there'll be 98 spaces between the patrol vehicles, public spaces, and staff parking. And site lighting, also working on that, but dark sky compliant. We'll be lighting. There'll be a little bit more lighting because this is a 24/7 operation, but trying to reduce the amount of light spillage onto adjacent properties to make sure that we're not impacting them. And that's it for the site. Just some images of this. So this will be the type of fencing that will be along the street frontage. There's that existing bus stop right there. So adding some plantings, obviously not this, but adding more plantings to soften that. And then this security fence, this metal secure fencing for buffer along the residential property boundaries. It's a little tough to see there. Some renderings of the building. This is coming out of that intersection with North State Street and Booton Street. The existing building here, we're working on using that same mid-century modern design aesthetic, but having to replace the curtain wall for it's glass right now, so energy efficiency, but also security, and then blending the materials with the new addition there. This is the entrance. We're providing a commemorative wall for retired police officers, so they're honored as you're walking into the main public entrance there, reusing this wave pattern. That's the existing entrance there, part of the mid-century modern building there, and reusing the stone facade and replicating it with different colors and patterns on the building addition. This is the entrance from the south entrance there. We'll be moving the prosecutor's office to this penthouse suite at the top that's existing. So this will be their entrance here, the sort of that separate entrance for the prosecutor's office. And then this is the view within the secure parking area and the various garage entrances for their operations. We provided you with some colored elevations. You can see those materials as well. It's been through Heritage Commission, ADR twice, gotten great feedback from them. And I think that's all I want to cover. Just wanted to quickly go through that and then open it up for any comments that you may have.
So I had gotten some public questions, not public questions, I got questions from a member of the public that asked if maintenance and vehicle work would be taking place on this facility.
So there is, yes, there's a maintenance bay. There currently is one now in the existing facility.
Yep.
So yeah, just for because it's a 24/7 operation, we'd have to buy more patrol vehicles if any had to go up to the conf and wait behind a plow truck, a school bus, and any other vehicles that the city has. So we're able to be more efficient with our operations by having maintenance on site, but it'll be the same as it currently exists.
I'm glad you showed a picture of the fence, because anti-climb fence, I had pictures of razor wire and barbed wire across Booton Street and onto South Main. So.
It's just a little picture. So we did show a different image at AR a couple weeks ago, and feedback from them, it looked too much like a fortress, so we've updated the design.
Good. And just for the record, it's going to be gated. The new northbound side will be gated across, so there'll be no access to the public.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, questions from the board? Jeff?
So I have a couple. When I look at this plan, I see that the bus stop's all the way north, but if you want to cross the parking lot and go into the facility, you now have to go back through the signal, back down, and cross in the middle of the parking lot. Any thought of adding a crosswalk?
Yes.
On the upper part, just so that less triggers of that signal means less traffic impacts?
I was going to ask that question. Thank you for asking.
No problem.
Yes. Yep.
You said there's a CIP for the traffic signal.
Yes.
How is that going to be timing-wise with this? Because you impact the mast arm on the site.
Yep, it's in the same, it's an FY27.
Fiscal year.
So it'll be the same fiscal year. So yeah, we've already met, our engineers met with VHB, who's working on that project in Karen Hill. So and there's also the CIP for paving. So there's a lot of coordination in the upcoming CIP to make sure that we're not impacting any of that.
Did you say you're resetting the main entrance? Is it offset now?
No, it comes, if you notice it now, you
comes at
kind
a
of come in
weird-
and it immediately goes,
Yeah.
it like veers, so we're straightening it out.
Okay.
Yes.
But the curb cuts are the
The
in
curb
the same
cut's the
spot?
same, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, sorry.
So another one I had is, on the site plan, it doesn't show that the most southerly axis actually has ADA ramps being constructed, it just shows the crosswalk. And I want to just make sure that gets captured
Okay.
in there, and that there doesn't exist an existing no left turn one-way sign out on the island, so that'll need to be added. One thing I didn't see on here, snow storage,
Yep, we're gonna have to ship it off site.
okay? But literally, you're gonna live haul it, so you're literally gonna come in here, scoop it, put it in a truck, haul it
Nope.
right off?
So it's gonna get shoved, pretty much along here. We're gonna have to, it's gonna be a challenge. The site is a challenge. We have to work within the confines of the site we have.
Okay.
But there'll be areas that will be unusable until somebody comes and hauls it off.
So how does that affect the 98 car parking that you need?
I don't know that they need it, do they?
It's, the biggest turnover, it's when turnover, so there's 65 staff members there during the day, so it's more parking spaces than they need. We're providing 68 because when they change shifts, there's the overlap of vehicles.
I'm just,
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
I
that's
Oh,
can
yeah.
see this being something that if it doesn't get removed, it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days, and we tend to push back on commercial and other developments that they need to accommodate snow removal, and I didn't see that here. What was the other one? So you said you have run all the turning templates and everything meets it without crossing into any parking spots and anything of that sort?
Yes. And that's, so just so you know, the traffic islands, we have no landscape islands in here, and that's because we have to meet the turning movements for tow trucks, other large trucks that are coming into the garage spaces.
Unless I missed it, granite curb?
Currently, yes. We're going to try to reuse as much of the existing granite curb on site.
But still maintaining granite.
Yep.
Okay. And then I had, on the lighting, you said you're already addressing the lighting, but I see 2 spots on the most southeasterly corner of the lot, and anywhere the lights are actually along the left-hand side, the northern side. You have more spillage than's allowed per code. on
We have an
light.
updated lighting plan we just got yesterday, so
Okay.
we'll be working on that.
Last one is, you say you have future EV parking spaces, but yet I see no accommodations for conduit, transformer pads, any of that equipment.
Yep.
Is that being designed and installed now and it's just not on
The
these
conduit,
plans?
correct. The conduit will be in future
Okay.
additions. Yeah, this is
Has-
60% design sets.
Right, but has anybody determined where the transformers, you can't just pull power off the standard pole?
Yep.
As well as, I'm seeing how tight you are to the fence line on the northeast, where your actual charging port's gonna go.
The electrical engineer is working on that.
Okay,
so,
I just want to make sure it's addressed because it's something you can't really easily retrofit after the fact. And especially the one in the visitor parking lot, it would literally actually then impede your accessible walkway the way it's drawn. So just want to make sure these things are kind of taken a look at. Thanks, Beth.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dina?
If I may piggyback on your statement, are you planning to have any solar panels in order to provide for the EV?
Currently, no, that's been value engineered out, but the building is solar ready if in the future.
Other questions, comments from the board? No? Thank you very much for your testimony. It's a beautiful building. The front looks beautiful. Questions from the audience? Any member of the audience have any questions or concerns? Yes, sir. Hey, it's your turn to come up now. You sat through that whole other meeting just to get here.
Exactly. My name's
And
Tom
again,
Cole.
I've seen some people come in, if anybody wants to speak to this, again, we're just here talking about the building and the aesthetics and the parking and the fencing. We're not here to talk about whether it should be built or shouldn't be built, so.
Okay. My name's Tom Coling. I live on Auburn Street, and we're here for Concordia Lutheran Church and the daycare center. Right now, on the southeast end of the property, we currently have access through a gate there to fill the propane tank that services the daycare center.
Okay.
What I'm seeing is there's going to be no access there. So we're looking at about a $3,300 expense for our small operation that is basically a break even. And we'd like to know if there's going to be any way to change that or help us out with that whole
Okay.
thing.
All
And
right.
the other thing is the noise. When the police officers get into their cars, they check the lights, they flip the horn, sirens on to make sure they're going. Daycare is going to be right there. Just addressing the noise
Good point.
problem
Okay.
with that. All right?
Great, thank
That's
you.
it. Thank you.
Other questions, comments, concerns? Yes, sir. Welcome back, Mr. Schweiker. We haven't seen you in a while.
Well, I guess you may see me more than once tonight.
There you go. If you could state your name for the record.
I'm Roy Schweiker, and I have a question.
Good.
At the city council hearing on this, it seems there's a very large communication tower that's presently on the police station, and they're not going to move that to the new police station. And I guess there was some concern about the residents of the historic district that they didn't want that tower moved. So it's not getting moved, but on the other hand, one purpose of this new police station is that it's supposed to be hardened and everything. And I'm kind of curious about, whether leaving it where it is when that becomes the welfare office or something else is, we're going to really be appropriate, or whether they're going to have to move that tower sooner or later when they find another couple $1 million to do it. And so therefore, my question is there any plan as to how this can be done? Or we're just going to worry about that later sometime?
Well, that's an excellent question. I don't know. I think Beth is gone. Is Beth gone? No, she's here. Okay, so we'll ask that question of Ms. Fenstermacher when she comes back up. Don't know that she's going to have an answer, but we can certainly get it on the record. Thank you, sir. Other questions, concerns about this application? No? Okay. Close the public hearing. Do you want to, yeah, come on back up. Sorry. I know you love getting up here at the table. You can sit in the middle chair now if you want. There you go. So you heard the question, so
Yes.
church access, if there's any opportunity or way to.
Yes,
to-
yep. So there's currently an existing gate there. We initially did a butter outreach, and there was discussion about closing the gate because of the daycare and didn't want people cutting through, but then I heard that it was a concern of their fuel, so I think that's definitely something we can add back in.
Okay.
It just hasn't been added back in
Okay.
yet, but that's
I don't know
noted.
that- So you got one, I don't know that you can help with noise, but again, and the starting of the
Yeah.
process, I know it's probably a process they gotta run through the checklist, make sure everything's good.
It's a policy.
Yeah.
I think it's fun to
Yeah.
hit the button, so they can always do it. If it becomes a concern, the police have talked about it, is changing how they do it, is, just hit it once. You don't have to hit it for 15 seconds.
Yeah.
But also, don't do it to get out on the road or something like that. So it is something that, if it continues to be a concern, hopefully neighbors, the police department will reach out to neighbors to make sure that they can mitigate any of those noise concerns.
Okay, and any issue on the comm tower?
So the primary form of communication is fiber.
Yep.
So that we already pulled the fiber line to the building. That was part of the initial site work that was done. It's correct, we're not moving that giant tower over there just because it's about $2 million to do that. But we share the concerns of the resiliency of that, but fiber is main concern. It wasn't because of neighbors or the abutting heritage, the historic district that I'm aware of. It was a monetary decision.
So given its fiber backbone, is it a fiber backbone to that tower?
I believe so.
And
And fire department.
so will that tower be needed in the future, or could it just be dismantled and taken down?
I don't know. Do you know that?
I mean, given the strides we've had in the communications and
Yeah.
satellite, and if it's a fiber backbone, would you need the big tower to broadcast through the city in today's world? I don't know
think we can answer that
I don't know that
question.
you would, but it's on the record now, so if there's an opportunity to take it down eventually and not put it back up, that's great. It's a good question. Go ahead. Oh,
So all the radio communications are line of sight, and so we're
Okay.
using a repeater
Yeah.
at the new building to the fire station.
Okay.
It's really
Perfect.
the
Okay.
facility, and as long as that remains line of sight to the other distant towers, providing service.
Then your
across
mesh works. Okay, all right, good. Okay, other questions, concerns for Beth before we let her go? Nope. Welcome back. Okay, we'll see you. Thank you. Okay, and again, this is a 674-54 application, so there's no motions other than recommendations. If we've got any, you heard testimony from the public and our testimony that we heard here tonight. So that will be part of the record, and we'll move forward. Do you need anything from me, Tim, on that?
That's all I need.
So we will move on. Let's get to item 7B in our agenda.
This is two items to be heard concurrently. The first is Alex Doyle on behalf of Monitor Statesman LLC requesting architectural design review recommendation for exterior changes of a building at 10 Pleasant Street Extension in the Central Business Performance District. And Alex Doyle on behalf of the City of Concord requesting architectural design review approval for site improvements at tax map 7412Z, Lot 14, addressed as 75 Store Street in the Central Business Performance District.
All right, let's get a staff up. Is the applicant here?
Yeah, Alex is here, I noticed. These two applications relate to two separate parcels. The former Lighting Place building at 10 Pleasant Street Extension and the Pocket Park.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. The notes here on the agenda say this was continued to January 21st.
In the beginning of the meeting, we moved this at the request of the applicant off of the consent agenda.
Sorry.
This isn't,
I'm going to try to woo you tonight.
Good luck.
Back to, these were initially intended to be continued as incomplete. However, the applicant has paid outstanding invoices that were preventing formal action. The applicant and the city have a license agreement in place to allow the use of the of the Pocket Park at the corner of Stores and Pleasant Street Extension on the lot that it contains the Store Street Municipal Parking Garage. The use of this park would be for an accessible entrance to the basement of the building, as well as patio space and outdoor seating for a restaurant located at the basement floor of the building. The applicant will be solely responsible for the cost, maintenance, and approvals of all the improvements on the city's property. The Architectural Design Review Committee has made a recommendation relative to the city's property, but also had not made a recommendation on the 10 Pleasant Street extension formally because the applicant had not been present at the two previous ADRC meetings. While there are recommendations for the city parcel, staff at this time believes that it's appropriate to continue both of these so that we have a recommendation from ADR on both of the applications. Alternatively, if you feel comfortable doing so, you could take action on the city parcel, given that we do have a recommendation from ADR, and continue the application for the building improvements.
Okay, so just to clarify Jeff's point, are we talking just 7B?
This is 7D. This is actually items 7B and item 5A, which was the item that was continued from the, or was moved from the consent agenda.
Okay. Okay.
I'm still a little bit of a loss, because 7B is the one that said it was continued to January. You said you moved 5A.
5A was moved. We had not received an application fee to be invoiced at the time the agenda was posted this weekend. Mr. Stoyle has paid the invoice, which was the only thing preventing us from making it complete this.
And the parcel design that you talked about for the Pocket Park?
That I'll have to pull up because it's not.
I have it right here, if I may.
Thank you, because that's the one
That's the
thing
piece
is.
that's-
It's not on our application.
No, because at the time, this was a late addition to the change to the agenda that unfortunately didn't get changed.
Yep, that's fine. Okay, welcome to the table. If you could state your name for the record.
Yeah, I'm Alex Doyle, representative of Revelstoke Coffee right down the street, and also the newly formed Monitor Statesman LLC, which is turning me into a developer, and I'm learning fast, and thank you all for your patience as I obviously struggle through this process. Do you want to look at the park first?
Sure.
Okay. So our plan to make this building really a viable part of, let me start actually from the beginning. So I bought this building in 2023 with my wife, and we thought to ourselves, man, we could build another Revelstoke here. We can open a cocktail bar in the basement, and we'll put apartments on the top floor, and this will be easy. The building's already there. And as we've gotten into it, life and circumstances and business have gotten in the way, but we feel ready in 2026 to hit the ground running. So our dream for this building is a craft cocktail bar in the basement, which you can see the entrance to here, as well as a more robust version of Revelstoke Coffee on the first floor above the basement, which you could think of kind of like the same coffee that we have down the street, but with a full kitchen serving a more robust breakfast and lunch menu. And the top floor for now is to be vanilla boxed and probably used as our personal office, but the apartments have proved to be not viable as we've kind of moved through the process. So we have, you'll see in a minute, we've dumped most of our design and planning budget into this park, as it seems to be the more challenging part of the project, and working with the city to get an agreement together to be able to use the park. But really the only way to use the basement is to use the park, because we need a ADA entrance into the basement. So this whole park project is really to try to get that one red door as a handicap accessible entrance to the basement, so that everyone can use it. There's not enough room in the building for an elevator. We've explored a lot of different options with that. So this is kind of the only way to use the basement, is what I'm going to take you through. So I believe, I don't know what I need to say or what you guys need to hear. Maybe it would be more helpful for you guys to just pepper me with questions. But we worked with terrain, landscape, and design to get these plans together to not only utilize kind of an underutilized park in the city of Concord, but also turn it into some outdoor seating with life and life happening downtown. So
what, if I'm not mistaken, when I was on the Heritage Commission, we had a project that was going to put a train station historical marker representative there. Is that there? Has that been installed?
It's still there. I think it speaks volumes that you don't know that. This park is empty all the time. No one's down there. So we're trying to change that. But that's one of the recommendations from ADR, was to keep the sign and move it. I was a little confused by the wording in the recommendation, but I think it was to move it to the corner of Pleasant Street Extension stores, kind of near where the electrical box is right now.
Yeah, so again, just my brain's old, but I do remember some things. But
Yes.
I did know that it was installed. I just didn't know if it was still there.
It is still there.
So
yeah.
the original idea on this was a semi-transparent, kind of clear, where you could stand in that park and look where the.
That's not what it is now.
I know.
Well, that was what
I'm saying what
what
the
it was,
original
yeah.
what the
Yeah.
original vision was.
Yeah.
Stand in that park and look and see the old man in the mountain. If you go up and look at that, you'd be able to see where the train
Okay,
station
that
was.
actually makes sense, because that makes
And that's
the
why
recommendation make sense to me.
That's
Okay,
why
I
the
get it.
seat-
Yes.
That's why the setting
Yes.
was set in that angle. So
Gotcha.
that's the original, and then it got too complex and it got too difficult to do, and it ended up just being a plaque type signage. So you're recommending taking out of that park altogether and putting it somewhere else?
It's going to stay in the park, but it's going to be like kind of right in this corner right that we're looking at here.
So you reference it and say across the street and whatnot. So
Yeah, it'll be the same exact sign, just moved over there.
You have DR?
Yeah, I'll just note, the original plan ADR reviewed did propose a relocation of the sign along Story Street. ADR wanted it to more align with that original intent of looking through, and I think they didn't want to go through designing the plan for you, but I think more of the intent was further up Pleasant Street extension, almost where that hydrant is. There's a little box out. If I recall that meaning correctly, it's kind of that intent there.
Sure.
Yes, if you flip to a view that is looking, yes, so as I recall as well, Alec, it's right near the gate in essence, and I can't remember if it was on the left side or the right side of the gate, but that was exactly, yeah.
Cool.
To where then it would be, as I understand it, where it is placed today isn't in the correct spot that they had intended, and this would be closer to what they had originally intended to be facing in that direction towards what we now see as 110 Grill and whatnot like that. So if I recall, is that right?
No, I don't think that's right. I think it needed to be down in that point of the corner, if I remember that right. But that, neither here nor there, as long as it's in the park still somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's in the plan
the
to
intent
keep
to
it,
look through,
yeah.
it's not there, so whether it's here or there, it doesn't really matter at the end of the
I
day.
do recall because Liz
Liz
is on
Henkin.
ADR,
Yeah.
and she also designed the sign, and she was specific it in the ADR notes, so
Okay,
if that helps,
perfect. Then she knows more than I do about it, so.
more than I as well.
Okay, Jeff?
So I'm kind of confused because I see all this seating here. Is the seating on the left going to be part of your restaurant and facility?
All of it, yep.
It'll be,
So this isn't going to be a public park anymore.
it's a licensed, there's a license agreement that the city council approved that allows Mr. Stoyle and his wife to utilize this park for the seating associated with their future use of the building.
Not dissimilar to what we do on Main Street.
Similar to what Cheers has for their arrangement, for their outdoor seating.
What was the original agreement when this park was built? So I'm asking this because I'm wondering if we said this was a park and now we're suddenly changing and going back to saying, oh, now it can be used, what's the next park in the city that somebody's going to want to turn into a commercial entity?
So when I built this park, in between 2005 and 2007, it was leftover space. It's actually on the property of the parking garage, the Storage Street parking garage. And it was done as a pocket park because we had this leftover piece of land that we wanted to beautify, make it a little more inviting, but there was never any specific plan to make it a dedicated park.
Okay, so it's not a separate
not a
parcel
separate-
desiged
It
as
is
park
not.
like Rollins or
Wasn't
something.
donated.
Okay, that's, I just want to be
Wasn't
careful
donated
that we're
to the
not
city, yeah.
going backwards in any
Why I've-
grants or anything.
Good question, yep,
I have a question.
yes.
Is there a fee Mr. Stoll is going to be paying for the use of this?
Tens of
There is
thousands.
no fee for the license to utilize the park. However, they will be responsible for the resulting property taxes that will be generated by the use of the park by a non-public entity. So they will be paying the property taxes for the use of that area,
So they'll be paying the property tax pretty much on that whole?
on that area, correct?
Yeah, including wherever that sign is.
Are there any, so does the city still have any governance and oversight on it?
Oh, they have a lot, don't worry.
I worked with Alex and his wife for several months to get the license agreement that was ultimately approved by the council a month or so ago, I believe.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I just
Yes.
have one follow-up. So if the sign is theoretically being recommended to go in that flower area next to the fence, if the landscaping and trees are all built around the remainder of that fence, its intended purpose goes away because, I mean, there's a tree theoretically shown right to the left that would prevent you from seeing across the street.
right.
So we need to consider this placement of the sign.
I will happily get rid of the tree.
No,
You can go.
I'm not, I'm just saying, we need to work with landscaping and whatnot to make sure that that doesn't impede, or the traffic control cabinet, the mast arm, other things that are out there that are not gonna allow you to see through that to the theoretical where the old station used to be.
Right, but I don't
The,
know that
the
that's.
intent is not to do the see-through sign, it's to relocate the existing sign that's there today.
That's what I was gonna say, I
Oh,
don't,
please, God, no.
yeah.
That sign is too big for that spot. Has anybody actually measured the sign and see how it's gonna fit in this space?
There has not been a redesign yet based on the recommendations from ADR to this date.
Okay.
The recommendations right now from ADR for this particular property are the existing heritage sign shall be relocated along the present street extension such that the reader is looking towards Store Street when viewing. The landscaping tree shall not be fruit or nut bearing. The detail of the fence shall be provided, including material. The license with the city be in place before final approval, and additional spot grades provided along the accessible route to show how the slope will interact and blend with the adjacent seating areas to assure safety and accessibility compliance.
So my other concern is if the sign, looking at street view right now, that signs looks to be 4.5, 5, maybe even 6 feet wide. I think we need to make sure that we coordinate with the fire department that such sign does not have any impedance to that fire hydrant
There are
whatsoever.
additional comments relative to the hydrant that the fire marshal has already relayed to us, that there has to be clearance on all four sides.
Thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
And it might not be a bad idea too, if you look at that tree in the back, I mean, could you take the sign and put it up against that lattice area? I mean, you just think about the back of the sign, you're gonna be having people that are gonna be sitting down in that beautiful area that are gonna look at the back of a 5-foot sign that's gonna be all gross on the back, so.
Yeah.
So let's, and again, this is the reason we have ADR. This type of information and this type of feedback is what I rely on ADR, and I saw your hand eaten, didn't I?
Yeah, I was just concerned with the license, it looks like it's gonna be a significant capital improvement. Is there any duration or term that they can rely upon, or is
We
this
have the right to kick them
revocable?
out basically at the city's discretion.
So it's truly by permission?
Yep.
You must really want
It's
to
a
do
license
this.
agreement, it's not
It's
a
a
lease.
horrible agreement.
So again, you're here for approval, and I'm inclined to send you back to ADR to get feedback on sign location first and foremost. Will they Amanda, you were there, will they feed back on the sign location or give us some
They,
options?
I mean, he read exactly
Yeah.
what was said in the meeting, and there was no discussion about what's on the other side of the sign
Yeah.
at all, like the condition of it.
There was
or-
no opportunity at the meeting because Mr. Stoy wasn't there to have the back and forth discussion.
Right,
Had
well,
you seen this plan? Excuse me. At the meeting, did you see this
yes,
plan?
we
Okay.
did. We did, we saw all of this.
I mean, I like the looks of it. I think it's beautiful. ADR, ADA compliant, you
Yes.
said, for
Yeah.
They-
the
we had-
basement?
We had a lot of discussion about the pitch
Slope
of that, of the
The ramp.
Yep.
and to make sure that if anyone was at still, that they wouldn't just all of a sudden,
Want to eliminate trip hazards.
exactly. And so that was discussed, ADA was definitely discussed in length.
The missing piece to this is the associated item, which was 5A, which is the actual building at 10 Pleasant Street Extension. There's no recommendation specifically from ADR on that because they wanted to have the conversation with the applicant.
Correct. And it was in regards to certain types of windows, certain doors, certain things of that nature, as I recall from that meeting.
Well, this has been through ADR in its previous life with Wilcox and Barton as well, where they
That is
ran
true.
into the same issues and not the same issues, but windows and doors and
Because of the replacement of and keeping the character of,
if I'm, you-
as what we also just recently went through with the building that's almost across the street or
Right.
whatnot, so.
I mean, that was the deal, is we wanted it to stay historically relevant and be historically relevant. If I'm not mistaken, there was also an issue on the upside of that with a door that accessed off the alley as well.
There's discussion in ADR's notes, if I recall, in regards to that door, and also just, and access to that side door that's going into the alleyway.
Well, it was ADA compliant issues as well. Didn't they need to access that door to get ADA onto the first floor?
Correct.
And then they couldn't do it because of the alley. I mean, there was a lot going on in that.
So
There was a lot.
and I was not on the planning board
Yeah.
during that time, so I don't remember or recall those
It's
discussions.
shocking that I remember it. I don't know why, but I do remember
Probably
it.
because I've trained you.
Probably, right, that's exactly right.
Mr. Chairman, as a
Begrudgingly.
follow-up, I do have one thing that, when you started mentioning ADA, you made me think about is, that sign has text that people will actually read.
They gotta be close to it.
Right, and that, if you put it where it's proposed, next to the fire hydrant, the street at that point is
I
not.
don't think the fire hydrant location's a good location at
No,
all.
it's gotta be down, and I think it has to be at a more level landing area where people, somebody in a
can you bring
wheelchair
that
can
back
actually
up,
sit.
Alex? Yeah. So I'm thinking behind that tree on the right, no, over on the right, right there. If you had
Well,
it
that's what it is
there,
today.
but I'm saying, if you had it up against the wall there, if you didn't put the lattice there and you put the sign up instead of the lattice, or the lattice around the sign, or somehow be able to put it there and got rid of the tree, you could walk right up to it and see it. I mean, it's pretty small
As a
text.
follow-up, though, if they're serving alcohol, that gate's closed, this area would not be open to the public for them to walk in and just see that sign whenever. So that sign has to be on the outside of the fence somehow.
Good point. What about social drinking, yeah, we got that coming.
Social drinking, of course. it's
Social district, not social drinking.
So,
Social district.
so I think we have to be cognizant of where the sign's gonna be.
What if
ADA
what if it is
accessibility,
down here, like by these bushes? Like, it won't be facing
The caution I have there is sight distance for the vehicles at the intersection, if you're going that close to the intersection.
okay.
So we need some ADR love on this. I'm gonna recommend that we kick it back and get some clarification on, again, all the points that were brought up tonight. I'll have them as part of the record, but, close to the fire hydrant doesn't work for this. The back of it maybe not work right where it is. Maybe on this line it works, but the sight lines are an issue. Do we have ADR issues with the building as well? That was the original.
There's no recommendation on the building
Because they hadn't
nobody-
seen
I'm going to get to that in a second. I will say that it feels like if the recommendation in the first place for this sign, it didn't end up in the recommended place anyway.
Yeah.
It seems a bit cyclical to just kick it back to ADR for them to, I think that where the location of the sign is going to have to be dictated by the demolition of the park and figuring out, what it's looking like with flat ground and sight lines and,
Yep.
and shrubbery and.
And maybe it goes closer to the garage,
Exactly,
or something
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Okay.
I think there's an opportunity, to keep it kind of like where it is now, but just bring it out to the sidewalk and face it out and.
Just lean it up against the fence.
Mr. Chairman, to his point, I think on the corner is the best spot.
I
Because
agree.
now it's visual from two
Yeah.
different corners. We've got a lot more foot traffic there now with people going across to 110 Grill. So almost on the diagonal behind
waiting
the
for the
mast
lights.
arm in a flat spot.
Waiting for the lights.
It's far back from the signal, and your sight distance when you come up to that intersection is you're looking left for a car coming right.
Yeah.
Because you've got a red light if the car coming from the right. So looking right is not gonna be a sight distance impediment.
Okay, all right. Are we comfortable pushing it back? Yes, Council Todd.
Yes, thanks. I was going to say, I agree with your comments. I don't know if ADRs is really going to be able to come up with a solution given
Yeah.
all of these other
Yeah.
issues. But, because I think also there's the lattice entryway that, where's that going to go? Is
Yeah.
what's going to happen with that?
Yeah.
I don't know if ADR has already commented on that specifically or not, but that seems to be a part of it as well. That
Right.
there has to be room for all these pieces, in other words, if we're going to salvage them and keep them included in that area,
Right.
so.
And again, I think ADR's got to comment on the building as well, once the building comes
Yeah.
through. Did I see your hand?
Yes, it was just, I think there was comment in ADR to also to work with city staff and engineering in regards to the sign placement.
Yeah.
And I think that
ADR's probably not going to weigh in too
they're
heavily
not
on
gonna
that.
weigh in
They're gonna weigh in
exactly
on the
because
design.
because as just others have pointed out, just sight lines of the intersection, if it's just so that it's not prohibitive from any car to, to have line
Okay.
of sight or lack
All right,
thereof.
so
and
how do we move it forward?
I would,
The recommendation from ADR right now leaves it fairly vague that it just has to be on the Pleasant Street side.
Has to be on a
And
Pleasant Street
therefore,
side.
I would think they work with engineering to find acceptable location as the review of the park is being done for ADA accessibility, et cetera. And they're gonna be back in front of us in January
Yeah.
anyways. Hopefully by then we'll have, engineering will have had time to review. So it comes back to us. We already know what ADR is thinking. I agree. I don't think we need to go back, although I do agree, Council Todd, that, that arch is all like a metal, looks like old parts of some sort of frame that was made out of maybe old train pieces, that maybe there's a way to move that so the gate's in between it if it's got the right width, or it's in front of a gate or something, so it's becomes a feature on Pleasant Street.
Could it be a feature on the building on Pleasant Street? I mean, there's an awful, not the arch, the sign.
Oh, I don't
As
think
you
you
get
want to
to-
put the sign on the building,
All right,
no.
just asking.
No, I think you're too far up the
Plus, it'd be
street
off
to
the
make
city
it.
property at that point,
Yeah,
too.
that's true, off city property. Dina?
I'm looking at the proposed layout, and it looks like you have kind of two areas for seating. Closer to the building, and then where the rounded area is closer to Store Street. Do you need that entire space closer to Store Street? So maybe we can put the sign in that area.
Yeah, the first design we came up with, we actually didn't take up as much of the park. And I can't remember exactly why, but we kicked the design back and forth a number of times and it just wasn't working well. It kind of made more sense. It's like, if we're gonna take care of this park, let's take care of the park. And I don't know if our concept in the basement is going to lend itself well to like all of that seating. But I think our goal, if we're not using it for our seating, is to make it a place where people want to hang out and have benches out there. I think that all of that seating is like best case scenario. If business is booming and we're gangbusters, we can afford to buy more and more tables, great. But I think to start, we want to create a beautiful park. And I think the tables that are closer to the door are going to be the first ones that we use and prove concept with.
Right, and also for the purposes of alcohol and having a space that's public access. I think if you have that space as closer to Store Street, more public,
Yes,
would make more sense.
agreed.
Thank you.
Okay. Amanda?
are we discussing in the application
The 10 Pleasant Street extension, the building?
yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Two separate motions to be made on this, one for the city's parcel, the other,
Sounds like
excuse me, for their
sounds like
parcel.
we've fleshed out
The city
City
parcel
parcel
piece,
piece.
yes, more than flushed it out. So what do we need on that, Tim, on 5A?
We have no recommendation at this point from ADR.
Based on what I've heard from the board, it sounds like you're recommending to continue the application, and for the applicant to attend the ADR. I'd recommend the board advise. Did I misinterpret that?
ADR for the building, but not the sign.
The sign is part of 75 stores.
It's part of the park.
It's in the park.
Right, okay. Just want to, because we're combining them and then pulling them back apart, so I'm just trying to make sure I'm not.
Sorry if I misspoke. The way I interpreted the board with the park was to continue. And I'd recommend the board advise the applicant to, take into consideration from ADR from tonight's meeting and redesign the plan prior to it going to ADR, because that was one thing. The ADR found a lot of things and they didn't want to start designing the plan for the applicant, particularly with them not in attendance.
Okay, so Alec, so it's pushing both of them back?
If that's the will of the board to have no decision made tonight on these, be to continue both of these items to the January 21st agenda, with the recommendation that they return to ADR, particularly for the building, because there has been no discussion on the
So
building.
the building drives it, and then we can address.
The park, we've
We flushed that out.
We've flushed that out.
I think there's some level of comfort with what we already have with
Okay.
ADR's recommendation.
But I
on
don't
the
think we need to
safety piece.
approve that now.
No, but I don't think it needs to go back to
But it
ADR
doesn't,
before we see it.
not the feedback on the sign.
Yeah,
And I think they like the rest of it.
yeah, yes.
All the way around.
Yes, I
So-
don't think that there was any continued discussion for the park or the seating that's in the park
Okay.
for ADR, because I thought that what we decided was that the city staff will make sure that the sign is in the right placement, considering all of the elements around it,
License
and
agreement.
that doesn't need to go back to ADR.
So that
So-
sounds like a motion.
Yeah, okay.
To move this to the January, to both 5A and 7B.
No, for the park, we don't need to move.
We don't need to move anything?
You could approve the park tonight.
We can approve the park
Okay.
tonight, as my recommendation, with the conditions that the sign
Is addressed by
is
city staff.
approved in placement with city engineering staff to make sure it's not obstructing any views for the intersection.
Okay, so that's a motion. We get a motion in a second. Further discussion on that?
And it's accessible from the sidewalk ADA capacity.
ADA accessible
The other
to read
conditions
the
that are
sign.
Conditions that were there
Yes,
anyways,
and
yeah.
so I'm making a motion to approve the city parklet into the seating for the restaurant, for the owner applicant, to work with city engineering in regards to the existing sign placement, to not obstruct view at the traffic intersection, and also to be ADA accessible. Is that?
Per the remaining recommendations from ADR in their December 2nd.
Yes, and are we good with that? Did I?
What did you just add?
It's the ADR recommendations from their notice of recommendation.
To include the ADR
The
recommendations.
the nut-bearing trees, the.
Landscaping trees shall not be fruit or nut bearing. A detail of the fence shall be provided, including material. The license shall be in place prior to final approval, and additional spot grades shall be provided along the accessible route to show how the slope will interact and blend with the adjacent seating areas to assure safety and accessible compliance.
So, okay.
And if I could just,
And your point wasn't on obscuring the intersection, it was sight lines for turning vehicles, not just so we're clear.
Yes,
Okay,
just that in compliance with the city's
yeah.
engineering and that.
So we got a motion and a second on the table. Council Todd.
yeah, just a clarification on your motion, when you say sign, you're talking about the sign and the trellis. Is that right?
Not the trellis,
Not the trellis?
just the sign.
So what
I don't know what
happens to
happens.
the
There's
trellis?
never been any discussion about the trellis. I
So-
mean, not that I'm saying that it can't be, but that's not been part of ADR, that's not been part of the application.
Yeah, the sculpture has been a confusing part of this because we were told at the beginning that no one really knew who owned it, why it was. People know why it was there, but they didn't know what the future of it had to be, or if it. And we were told that it would and could be removed.
By who?
By us presumably, but I wouldn't.
No, who told you that you could remove it?
Oh, I can't remember. It was one of our initial meetings with the city about
With the city, somebody
yeah,
from the city.
Yes, yeah.
Is that-
But again, that wasn't like an on record.
Okay, so I'm going to recommend that we bring that back to ADR, because I think Liz Hengen had some knowledge, no, about that?
She was there.
Never did it come up in ADR about the trellis,
Okay.
so.
But I think she has
Just
some
because
knowledge
she
about
didn't
the
bring it up
pieces,
doesn't mean it might not be
the
relevant.
pieces of
Right.
metal, the pieces of metal that you used,
Yeah.
right? There was some significance to that, and I don't remember.
It's gears and
Yeah,
other
and I don't remember
pieces.
what it was.
Yeah. My goal would not be to dispose of that. It would be to find it a new home or someone who cared about it and loved it. And yeah.
Just not on your property.
Well,
Not on the
it's
city's
never going to be
property,
my
in the
property.
park.
Well, here's the thing, if it's relevant
move
to the
on.
train station and the operation, it should
It's-
stay there somehow.
It should stay
not
there.
be moved
Yeah,
off.
I want to get some clarification on what
I
that
agree.
is and why it's there. Yes, Matt?
My suspicion is the Chamber of Commerce with the city runs a public art program downtown. And my guess is that that is part of the public art program, just as you see other sculptures downtown.
Yeah.
But this has
and-
been there for
But those
years.
didn't, that whole process didn't come in until Main Street got redone.
But let me dig into it and we'll figure out what's there, but I suspect that it's probably there as part of the
Okay.
art program, I would think.
All right, I want to move along. We're getting bogged down here. So we got a motion and a second on the table to approve the park with,
For the
All
75
of the-
stores piece, yes.
right, all of the recommendations and that we've addressed in the motion. Any other discussion on that topic? Yes,
Just
Jeff?
make sure we somehow clarify that the trellis will be addressed as
Addressed,
part of
yes.
engineering's review.
Yeah, so perfect. Yeah, thank you for making that clear.
Yep.
So along with the other
Got it.
points about the location on the sign. So that is 5A?
That one is 7B.
7B. So do we have a
The motion.
motion and a second? No further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. And then 5A on this. You know what? I didn't ask for any public testimony on that. Ah, Mr. Schweiker, I'm going to open the public hearing back up. So how do we do that? How do we have a
Motion to reconsider the approval.
motion to reconsider? Do we have a motion to reconsider? Sorry, Amanda. Can I
I'll make
reconsider?
a motion to reconsider.
I'll second the
certificate for-
reconsideration. Any
public hearing,
discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We'll open the public hearing. Mr. Schweiker, back up.
Sorry.
I
that's on me, too.
apologize. I was moving too fast.
I'll make this real quick.
That's fine.
I won't even sit down.
No, that's fine.
What I'm suggesting is, typically when I see a plaque or a thing, it's on the side of the whatever. So maybe, since this thing doesn't have that visual thing, there's just a sign, we should look and see if it could go on the other side of the store street where the station actually was, instead of on a lot that wasn't associated with the station. Thank you.
Very good point. Okay. We'll take that into consideration as well. We'll. Okay. Any other discussion? We'll recognize you again if you'd like to make your same motion.
Same motion.
Same motion. What's that? Close the public hearing. Thank you.
Close public hearing,
Close the public-
same motion.
We'll close the public hearing. We've got the same motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Same second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. That finishes that one. Okay, and then 7B, do we want to handle that, 5A, do we want to handle that separately? Just a recommendation to return it to ADR for the, or is that already done?
That has not been done yet. That would need a secondary motion.
Okay, so we need a motion and a second for architectural design review approval for the recommended,
Can I say one thing
Yes, sir.
before we
Yep.
go ahead with that? So, this is like all my fault. Like I'm struggling here. I feel like we're all catching on. But so I was able to dig up this plan from the previous owners. If I can find my mouse, this was the plan that they had. So basically, all we're asking for a planning board approval for the building improvements. Is to move the door from where it is, which is a step up into the building, right around the corner to the next, what is now a window, which will create an ADA compliant entrance. Again, it's kind of the only way to make this building viable for public use. And utilize that alley as kind of the entryway to it. This was the plan from Wilcox and Barton to do that with a new catch basin and grate. I'm not sure why I didn't. I just dug this up. It was the last minute addition, but and this actually was approved by ADR when they tried to do this. Here we go. So I pulled up these minutes from. I don't know if you want to read all this, but this
No,
is from
we
April,
don't.
April 20,
Yeah,
okay,
and
this is,
and
it's
again,
already been approved by
Right.
ADR though, is my point. And it's a very, like, again, I understand that, you know, this committee is about, or is it a board? This board is about, you know, making sure that we have all the plan in place to make these things happen and it's gonna look good, but.
And again, we follow a very regimented process.
Sure.
And this
Yeah.
this isn't it. So it's one of those things where you got to check the boxes to get to the next one, check the boxes to get to the next one.
Sure.
Whether it's the same plan or not, it'll have to still go through ADR to bring it back to the table with their recommendations. There was some concerns, whatever the building issues were.
Yeah.
Can't replace that window because it's architecturally historical, you know, whatever the issues are. I don't know what they are, and I don't remember what they were, but I want feedback on them from ADR.
Okay.
So no product, nothing can move forward here tonight without getting some feedback from ADR on the process.
The recommendation from ADR from December was the continue the application, date certain January 21 Planning Board meeting to allow the applicant to return to ADR and provide a more detailed and complete application, including how the relocated entrance will interact with the alleyway.
So you got some homework to,
Okay.
and go in and woo them, and then they'll give us a recommendation, yay or nay, and we'll hear it in the January meeting, right?
Yes.
The January 21st meeting.
Sure.
Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you
You're
all for
good.
your time.
So I'm gonna.
Motion here would be to approve the ADR recommendation, which would kick it
Which would
back.
kick it back. Okay, so we
Yes.
got a motion to approve the ADR recommendation to have them return to the architectural
I'll
design
make
review.
that motion for this application to
For the
return
state
back to
circuit.
ADR and for the January meeting.
All right, we got a motion, second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. You're all set?
Thank you.
Good luck. Okay, what's next on our agenda? We'll move into the 8s. Right?
Yes.
8A.
8A, this is Eastern Development requesting preliminary design review for certain amendments proposed to a previously approved 8-unit cluster subdivision at 15 Hot Hole Pond in the Open Space Residential District.
All right, let's get a staff update on this if we can.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the applicant here is requesting the board provide non-binding feedback as part of our preliminary design review application submitted prior regarding their previously approved 8-unit subdivision that was signed by the planning board chair and clerk back in June of 2025. Specifically, the applicant is asking feedback from the board on the following items. 1, the use of Cape Cod berm in place of granite curbing throughout the common private drive. 2, to not require street trees along the full length of the common private drive, limiting plantings to the cul-de-sac area. 3, to allow the residential dead-end common private drive to exceed the maximum length of 1,000 feet. 4, to allow 3 inches of hot bituminous pavement to be placed at the common private drive where normally 4 inches is required. And then 5, to increase the total number of units from 8 to 9. Staff recommends that the board review these requests with the applicant, provide non-binding feedback, considering the materials provided from staff in the planning and engineering divisions as well as the fire marshal, all of which are in your packet. This way, Mr. Tabor will be able to make decisions as to whether or not he wants to formally submit a re-subdivision application based on the feedback he gets here from the board.
Okay, I had a question on this for staff.
Yes.
It does, on my packet on number 9, it says staff recommends that the planning board proceed to determine the application for design review as incomplete.
I note that in this particular instance, when the staff memo was drafted, Mr. Tabor had not paid the invoice required for the application to provide the fee for the application to be submitted to the planning board in the abutters notification.
Okay.
Statutorily, there is no statutory requirement for completeness in a design review application because it is a preliminary step that does not require a public hearing. The Concord regulations, for whatever reason, do have a completeness component to them, but for purposes of this, staff has determined that the fee is really the only applicable piece to the completeness part of this application.
Okay, welcome to the table. If you could state your name for the record.
Ryan Tabor.
Right, Mr. Tabor, tell us.
So I'll start off in a little bit different order. So I requested, initially it was submitted for 4 amendments. Looking through it more, it looks to be 3 amendments and 1 waiver. So the 3 amendments, one would be the street trees, the modification to the street trees requirement. The other one would be the Cape Cod berm in lieu of granite curbing. And the other amendment would be 3 inches of pavement versus 4 inches of pavement. The waiver would be the road length. So I did correspond, I'll start off with the street trees. So when Tim was talking, He's partially incorrect. I don't want to eliminate in these areas here. I just highlighted it because it's the easiest way to show it right now. I'm not trying to eliminate all these trees. What I'm trying to do is minimize it in the areas that it doesn't make sense. In this first 350 to 400 foot stretch is extremely, it's 1 1/4 to 1 grade, so it's very steep. So your likelihood of your trees surviving is very low. It's just too steep, surrounded by riprap as well. And you also have overhead lines coming up the road, and then on this section, you have underground conduit. So then with the trenching requirements for the city, it's a very wide trench. So at some point in time, there could be root intrusion into the trenching, into the conduit. It could cause a huge nightmare for the residents of the development. So what I'm asking for is, and there's also existing vegetation all up and down this section here. There's some here. This has been pretty much cleared out, so this would probably remain as trees. Around the cul-de-sac, obviously, would remain the same, and then this area here because of existing vegetation. So what I'm asking for is not like a specific count right now. What I'm asking for is, would you guys support, I guess, with engineering and the inspections down the road in, I guess, either in construction or beforehand, to walk the site during one of the inspections and determine where the actual tree should go, maybe space it out a little bit more. Instead of every 50 foot, do it every 100 foot in these specific sections.
So you said it's all riprap all through all up and through there?
Yeah, anything over 4 to 1, I believe, is riprap. So, and it's also 1 1/4 to 1, so it's literally like this. I mean, it's very steep. So the likelihood of the tree surviving is the biggest piece, because you're gonna plant it and they have a 1-year warranty, that's great. But then after that, the residents have to plant them, and they're not cheap, you know, and they're big trees. So it's a process to do. I just don't wanna see the trees get planted and die and then become an issue with the overhead lines or the underground conduit. Because then the residents have power issues, you gotta rip up the road, it just becomes a whole nightmare.
So let's take these one at a time, so then we'll just do one, move on to the next one,
Yeah.
because again, it's not a formal process for us from the design review and a lot to go on the packet of info. I don't know if staff wants to weigh in on riprap or excuse me, on the trees, but I'd like to hear from staff if we could.
Yes, certainly. So from what I recall, we also had some concern with how those trees would go in on the riprap side of that banking, and you know the applicant would be able to speak better, and their landscape engineer, but you know, it was somehow create level areas and get them in there. I would certainly know if our regulations do allow for trees, if it's within 10 feet, I think, and non-invasive, they can count towards those. So the applicant, if that opportunity presents itself, those can go toward that count. And then I believe we're over the plan that was approved from 2023 was overhead for about half of that distance.
It's overhead to about this corner.
And then
it
the final
drops.
utility plan to gain that separation brought that underground electrical right in front of that.
It comes up here.
Right in front of those to gain as much separation from the underground from the proposed trees.
Okay.
Which is difficult in some aspects because of the size of the trench and the grading of the lot, just because you can see this grade down. So the trees in this section, I don't think will be an issue. On this side is primarily the issue. Right here shouldn't be too bad, because the overhead, the way Eversource designed it, the pole's coming up actually it crosses twice. Comes over here, then it comes back. So there could be a potential conflict in here. I'm trying to meet the spirit of the regulation, but I don't want to see, you know, you plant trees to kill them, and it just doesn't make sense.
The city doesn't have a overwhelming objection to it?
Well, the trees that were proposed below the overhead were ornamental trees that the city construction standards have identified as, you know, appropriate below overhead utilities, where the mature heights don't get particularly high. Though, you know, I think that there could be a good conversation about what is the life expectancy of those trees on that slope, and what could be done to mitigate that. With grading, and if we have to thin it out, that's certainly a conversation the board could have with the applicant.
I think the key in direction the board should give on this particular item is that there should be an understanding that there needs to be conversations between the applicant and the city staff in the pre-development process before it is in front of you formally, so that there's consensus of the approach that would be taken with the board at that point.
I know one thing, when I was going through the pre-construction steps for this, the inspections are laid out. But on top of those inspections, I believe there's additional inspections for the landscaping pieces. Alec, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. I think that's what it stated. So what I was looking at is maybe, if we can either leave it as is, and I don't know if you amend it as an as-built, once we do like an inspection, or if it has to be done ahead of time. I mean, 6 to 1, half dozen the other. It just depends, because without having the road actually in, you don't really, you can see where it's going to be, but you don't really have your measurements from the existing vegetation to the actual road. And you want to be able to see if you have a 3 caliper tree, how that's going to sit in there with the existing vegetation that grows over.
Okay.
So it's one of those things.
Amanda?
So my point is when you guys do go to identify what trees are existing and whatnot, that making sure that you're counting trees and which are on your property line and not counting ones that are on adjacent property line, as we've pointed out in the past, that it is a very tight line, and that should there be that owner come in clear that you're counting things that are on your property line and not the butter.
Yeah, some of this has already been cut. When it was cut, it went towards the property line, but it didn't actually go over the property line. So the remaining trees are actually on this property. Pretty much on this section through right here, all the way up.
I'm just making sure that there would be delineated when that time comes.
Plan would be.
Yeah, that there would be.
Other thoughts on the trees? No overwhelming objections or approvals either way, so I think you're okay there to come back?
Just to follow up with what you had indicated earlier, we would want to establish everything on the plan that is signed prior to, obviously during construction. Things have to change, but we don't want to go into construction with that as the caveat. Like, we'd want to establish that, and potentially if we preliminary layout prior to final approval or before we go through with your amendment, perhaps we could get together and try to get a better evaluation on how this may lay out with existing trees or something.
And again, a site walk or whatever.
Yeah,
would
we
happen
could
at
try
point.
that. I mean, realistically, the trees would go in at the very last part of the project, so we'd be enough time.
So what's the next one?
So would staff support that based on that conversation?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yep.
So the next one would be Cape Cod berm. So as is depicted on the plan, it's granite curbing. So under section 20.13, curbing for residential common private drives. Curbing on common residential private drives may consist of vertical granite, sloped granite, concrete, asphalt, concrete material constructed and installed for the City of Concord's construction in detail, standards and details. So asphalt berm is explicitly listed as an allowable material. I know there's previous comments about, or the regulation states that anything over 6% requires curbing, which obviously it's already addressed in the plans. But over the 6%, there's no material selection. It just rises back to what's allowed in the regulation. So what I'm asking is, based on this road, would I be able to do Cape Cod berm? I've seen Cape Cod berm in town, in the city. It's newly installed. It's been installed. We've had this conversation, so.
Yep. Anything from staff?
Sure. I think, I won't speak for engineering. I think staff, this would be a waiver. Our construction standards allow for vertical granite and sloped granite curbing. There are provisions within our subdivision regulations where there's a conflict, the more restrictive applies. And that is how we've interpreted this, is that the City of Concord allows granite curbing. We also feel that where this slope of this drive is so steep, it's important to have a more durable, reliable material in those locations to collect that runoff.
So
Defer to Mike on that.
I don't believe the stand.
Hang on just a second. And Mike, anything you want to add to that?
No, I think that was fine. Granite curb is what's in the standard, so anything that's being proposed, whether it's Cape Cod berm or some other bituminous curb, is going to be substandard compared to granite curb. So.
Okay. again, we have to remember this is a private, non-public maintained road, and the regulation should hold greater weight than the standards, I believe, legally. I don't know if anyone can answer that in this room, but I believe the regulations supersede the standards.
Okay.
And the city installs it on roads. It's currently installed by the city on Hot Hole Pond, which is approximately 13%, and there's no issues with it over the past 10 years. So I don't see that as a completely valid claim, especially when it's allowed by right of regulation. So
Okay.
that's,
Member of the board have any questions, comments, concerns? So that's probably a tougher one that we're gonna have to figure out once you come forward with a plan. I'm not in support of the berm, and I think we've addressed that in the past, but and especially on steep slopes, I think you need it. Whether it's can be done here, can be done there. It's done on this location, done on that location. This is the location that we're talking about, and I'd not be in support of that, but again, you could certainly bring it forward and request a waiver for it.
so.
Not a waiver, but
It would be a waiver.
it would be a
How would
waiver.
it be a waiver if it's allowed by right of regulation?
The waiver would be to section 3504 of the subdivision regulations, which is the statement that says whenever a provision is more restrictive or imposes a higher standard, that shall control, which in this case is the reference to the construction standards.
Who's to determine granite curbing is more restrictive than Cape Cod berm, or vice versa, when it's explicitly allowed by regulation?
Yeah, that's not it.
That's the issue, though, is that's at hand, is it's allowed, there's 4 different types of curbing allowed in the regulations for common. I don't know if the standards are legally adopted into the regulations as the regulations are adopted by the city. So this
that's
is probably more of a legal
And
question.
that's a topic for city staff to figure that out. So whether it's the solicitor's office or however the process works its way through, it comes to us with the recommendation that staff says, yes, we'd support this waiver for the following reasons, or no, we're not in support of this waiver for these reasons. So that decision isn't ours, other than to be able to, I mean, the ultimate decision is ours, but the reasoning and the why for and why we want to do it, or what the city's saying we can and can't do, and the fact that we need a waiver for that is their decision.
So if the city
It's their
solicitor's
decision to
office,
make.
if the city solicitor's office agrees that, yeah, by right of regulation, the regulations are legally adopted, the standards are not, then the legally adopted regulation has to be enforced, then you guys would side with that?
Yeah, I'm not.
We're not basing
Wait
this
and
on
see.
opinion,
No,
right? This is
I
not
mean, it's-
opinion, this is based on legal adopted regulations and fact.
All I'm giving you is feedback on my thoughts and process. The city's gonna have to weigh in on that piece of it. Jeff?
I would note that standard D11 is for a private common drive to 3 to 8 dwelling units, and it specifically shows in the detail 5-inch reveal slope granite curb.
Yep.
So the city standard detail does specifically say granite curb.
Okay.
For 3 to 8 units. I think the other regulation is if it's like a shared driveway with less than 3.
Yep.
This is, one specifically says 3 to 8 dwelling units.
So I'd recommend, if it's granite curb, is it granite curb all the way up? Is it granite curb up on the, I don't know. Again, I don't want to design it for you, but
On
I'd
8
look to
units.
some options to be able to present them back to the city and say, this is what I want to do on this project.
On 8 units, only required over 6%, so part of the road, not all of it. On 9 units, it'd be required on both sides, all the way up
Okay.
and down.
Right, so that will need some work on that one.
So how do we get, so if I talk to the city solicitor's office, I mean, what's the next step here besides talking to them? How do I get you guys to approve this? Because you guys install it in the city all the time. That's the caveat too.
I think, Ryan, if you wanted to discuss with the city solicitor's office about why you think where it states that in the regulation supersedes everything, and you're essentially permitted by regulation to install the bituminous curb, that is a conversation and an opinion that the board would feel more comfortable having that coming from staff, or in this case, city solicitor's office. And then beyond that, and then the city solicitor, in staff will give our position to the board where it is. So that's something that you'll have to kind of determine with staff. From there, it would be a waiver to allow it or not allow the use of that material.
I think it would be important for the board to give Mr. Tabor some feedback here tonight, that assuming that the granite curb is determined to be the required element and a waiver is required, is the board supportive of that so that he has the feedback he needs to make decisions moving forward?
Right, I mean,
For granite or Cape Cod berm? You said granite.
What I'm saying is, assuming that the granite curb is what's required and that you would need a waiver to do Cape Cod, is the board going to be supportive of that or not? That's, I think, the question that you need in order to make your decisions.
Yeah.
Didn't we vote on that?
what's that?
You get by consensus, because again, everything here tonight is non-binding.
Right.
Yeah. So you want to vote on it?
No, I'm saying is, when we heard this with a different application, we actually voted on
When
that.
when we were looking at the amendment
amendment
that
to
was
the-
previously submitted,
We voted.
however, we got to that point, there was discussion, and I believe before the decision was made to table to a date certain, I believe at that point, the consensus of the board and the direction of the board seemed to be that the granite was going to be required, if I recall
That's
correctly.
Yeah, it
exactly
was a
right.
split vote, but.
It was a split vote, but
That's
I
the way
believe
it
it
went.
was,
Yeah.
So
And
can we
again,
to
is that
show
still
it?
the board's position as the, again, I want to make sure that we're providing Mr. Tabor with the information he needs to make decisions on formal applications moving forward.
Could I do a show of hands of who would actually support it right now versus?
We don't, yeah, we're not here to vote.
Non-binding.
Yeah, we're not here to vote on it, but we can certainly solicit some feedback if people want to give it. David?
Quick question on the viability for you, between the 9th unit versus the cost of the curb, because it changes the guideline.
Right.
So if you were to weigh what it's going to cost you to put granite curbing all up that road, does that offset the sale of the 9th unit?
I mean, it depends when you build it. Realistically, if you build it right now, I mean, your cost is gonna be higher. If you wait till spring, it's gonna be less. So realistically.
I think that would be part of your consideration.
Originally, when I designed this, it was 9 units with curbing up and down both sides. And that's assuming what I'm going back to, but I'm trying to go with Cape Cod berm, because it's in the regulations, versus granite curbing.
But my point is, does it serve you better to back up one lot, go from 9 to 8, and allow, and then address the issue, because now you're in a different ballgame?
What do you mean, wait and do
Well,
it?
8 unit, my understanding is an 8-unit subdivision.
Right.
That changes curbing issues, does it not, or am I
Yeah,
wrong?
8 units, there's only curbing on 6% slope or greater, and then where deemed necessary by engineering. So it's approximately 1,440 feet on this site as is. When it goes to 9 units, it would be around like 2,300 feet of curbing. It's not a substantial.
Does the 9th unit pay for the curbing, I guess, when it
Yes,
really boils down to?
absolutely. That's the whole point of trying to get the 9th unit.
That pays for the granite curbing.
Yeah, it makes the project balance a lot better.
Okay, that's my point.
So again, the question on the table is support of support, it is a good question. It's
Asphalt curb versus Cape Cod.
support of asphalt curbing, Cape Cod berm versus granite curbing.
My last comment then would be that I would rely on the solicitor
Absolutely.
for a recommendation.
Yeah. So, and I said that before, I'm not comfortable doing it until I know what the city staff's gonna recommend, so.
That would be my sensitivity
Okay, I
also.
think we're gonna punt on that one all the way around. I don't know that we've got,
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, from an engineering perspective, regardless of the solicitor's interpretation of whether or not the preference of engineering would be granite curbing because of the construction standards for this, correct?
That's correct.
and that's what we'll come to the
But
table.
if this
So
city.
then the applicant would then request a waiver and need to have
The
support of the
question
waiver.
for the solicitor is whether or not the section 3504 applies to the construction standards
The way
as it
you're-
relates to the regulatory requirement,
The
which
way,
would allow.
right, you're reading it, staff's reading it versus the way Mr. Tabor's reading it. Yep.
So if that's the case, if I'm reading it correctly, then would everybody support that around here?
If the city solicitor agrees with you, I think we would, yeah. Yep. Okay.
All right, next amendment was the pavement thickness, similar circumstance. Can we move on from that one?
What's that?
Can we move on from that one?
Yes.
Cape Cod berm.
Yep.
So the pavement thickness, similar circumstance, common private drive shall be surfaced with a minimum of 3 inches of hot bituminous pavement per state specifications or concrete treatment per city construction standards. Other streets, non-private drives require a minimum of 4 inches. This is a common private drive. Section 2105 explicitly distinguishes between common private drives and other streets. Table 20.1, 20-1 provides guidance but does not override Section 2105 of the regulations. Staff has commented that the detail states 4 inches. There's a couple issues with the detail. One, the regulations state a common private drive and a public right-of-way is 2 different types of payments, so it's 2 classified different streets. You have 1 detail for 2 types of roads. That factually doesn't work. So you can't have 1 detail for 2 types of streets. So by right of regulation, the 3 inches should be allowed. Again, this construction standard detail requiring 4 inches does not legally override section 21.05 of the regulation. I'm assuming I'm going to have to get city solicitor input on this one as well.
I was going to say, it's the same topic and the same end result.
The 3 inches also supports NFPA 1, section 18.2.3.5.2, as possibly question for as going into the road length amendment after this, but it satisfies the NFPA section, so it shouldn't be a concern for the fire department if that was to come up. So again, I guess from the board's perspective, if the city solicitor's office determines that yes, the regulations supersede the detail or however they want to regulate that, basically what I'm saying, then would the board support the amendment for the reduced payment from 4 inches to 3 inches?
Again, with engineering, with engineering weighing in as well, I think I'm not going to speak for the board, but I'd be much more comfortable if we get some grounds to be able to rely on to make that decision. David.
Another quick question regarding, for engineering more than anything else, is there any because of the slope, is there any erosion considerations going from 3 to 4 inches, or the other way around?
No, that doesn't apply with the paving piece.
Engineering.
Oh, yeah.
It's an engineering question.
But erosion doesn't factor in because you still have the curbing for the drainage and the pavement. All you're doing is going from 4 inches to 3 inches compacted.
Okay.
And your real determination isn't your pavement thickness, it's your aggregate subbase. And the correct materials, correct compaction, brought up in lifts, that determines your strength and durability of your road over just the pavement.
Thank you.
I don't know if engineering wants to weigh in on that here or wait again for, I don't know if there's anything to weigh in on. You got engineering standards and they're engineering standards, so.
Right, and there are details that are included in the regulations too. And
so again, if there's a waiver to be had there, you're gonna need to get some weight behind it from the solicitor's office.
So again, similar to the Cape Cod berm, if with the pavement thickness, if the city solicitor's office agrees with what I'm saying, then would the board support that amendment?
So,
You guys will all support that?
I will note the board previously denied this waiver request.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we went over that, but not this time. How come there's only 1 detail when you have 2 different types of roads?
There's more than 1 detail. There's details for city streets, and then there's actual common private drives.
Right.
Both details show 4 inch.
But in the regulation, so why do you have a regulation that says 4 inch, and then you have 2 details that go say 4 inch? That one of those was changed when I got this approved, I think in 2023 or 2024, because it came up around that waiver request. And that's when it was changed. So you have to look at when that was changed too.
Okay.
So anyways.
We good?
The last one, road length. So this one would actually be a waiver because regulations state 1,000 foot. So I corresponded with the fire department, Paul Sorois, which is in the staff report. He commented, I can go through line by line if you guys want.
No, we've got them in the report. Yep.
So I took his report and I did the factual research to how this road length change would conform under all NFPA citations that Paul sent back. And I have that here, which I can email to staff.
Yep. So staff perspective on that request, I think again, we denied it before on the initial
You did
request
not take action on this.
to this.
The design was revised to less than 1,000 feet before the final approval.
Oh, that's right.
At that time, I believe staff recommended against granting that waiver. We we limit private common drives, streets, all to 1,000 feet, you know, as it's kind of measured out in our constructions, you know, thinking that this leads to just general safety, applicability, proper planning, proper design of all infrastructure, driveways, roads, things like that. But it would be something the board could consider.
Okay.
So it'd be something the board could consider?
I would say, with my knowledge of the NFPA, most of those regulations defer back. They're there, but they defer back to what they call the authority having jurisdiction, which in this case would be the city fire chief. So even if the regulation says it's okay to do 3 inches of pavement, it's okay for the fire truck, and it's okay to have the extra length, if the fire chief here in the city, he is the authority having jurisdiction within the city. If he says he's not comfortable with it,
That's the rule.
that is my understanding
That's
of
the
how
guidance.
those are written.
Okay. There you go.
So one thing to state, I mean, dead-end road length, under an FPA, there's no actual there's nothing limiting your road length under any NFPA code. Under NFPA for single access, we talked about secondary egress on this site. It's not feasible because of the steep grades. It's a very unique site. Specifically, this whole entire section is over 15% grade, and it's just, we talked about that before. I don't believe engineer would have got behind it because it's just, it doesn't work.
But again, it'll go back to the fire chief, where if the fire chief has to back down there from a house fire at the very end of that road, are they comfortable getting a ladder truck back down over the road?
I mean, considering the road's 24 feet wide and their minimum
Just
is
saying,
20 feet, and
again,
Hot Hole Pond is, I think, 18 feet.
We're not gonna decide it unless the fire
No.
chief gives us some
Right.
feedback on it.
But if the fire department's good with it, would the board be good with it?
The fire department's good with it and says it's good, I think we'd be, I'm not speaking for the board, but I think we'd be in favor of it.
We would trust our technical expert at
I
that
mean,
point.
they know what they're talking about, and they'll give it straight to you, so.
Okay.
Okay?
So just to recap, you guys are good with the street trees, pretty much for the amendment. We just gotta figure out how we're gonna proceed doing it. Cape Cod berm and pavement thickness amendments need solicitor input, and if it was along the line, if the regulations actually supersede, is what I'm saying, then the board would support that, and then fire department has to agree with the road length, and then the board would support that.
Yep.
Okay.
And the 9th unit is dependent on getting the extra oil length, essentially.
You can't do the 9th without it.
Without the extra length, correct.
So it doesn't work.
Yep. Other feedback or anything the board needs before we move on?
we're
This is
good.
just a public meeting, there's no hearing component,
Right,
so there's no additional.
Public testimony, so we're good to go. We look forward to seeing the plan back again in front of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, what's next on our agenda?
9A was continued.
Continued, yeah.
So, 9B. Item 9B, TF Moran Unitil Energy Systems, Inc., request approval for major site plan application, architectural design review, a conditional use permit for essential public utilities and appurtenances, a conditional use permit for bluff buffer disturbance, and certain waivers from the site plan regulations, including a waiver to allow the determination of completeness of public hearing in the same meeting, for the construction of a new substation at tax map 494Z, lot 44, addresses 1 to 7 McGuire Street in the industrial district.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second to grant the waivers to section 6.032C and 1105, which is the determination of completeness, not a development of regional impact, and set the public hearing for the same night. Am I read that in right?
Yes.
Someone
The reason for the support on the waiver is this actually has been on the agenda for a number of months, has been able to go through, get the zoning board approval needed, so we're comfortable moving forward with the application's public hearing as well as determination.
Staff's found the application complete, not a development of regional impact. Would someone like to make a motion to accept the application as complete and open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Let's get a staff update on this if we could.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As I mentioned, this application calls for the site plan, architectural design review, and conditional use permits for the rebuild on the existing Unitil West Concord substation and an associated pole storage yard. According to the applicant, these proposed improvements to the public utility infrastructure are necessary due to the age of the existing infrastructure and the growing electric demand in the Concord area. The site proposed for the rebuild is an existing fully developed site that has office and warehouse buildings. It was built in 1965. as well as parking and landscaping. The rebuilt station is proposed in the southerly portion of the property, replacing which right now is a large gravel area. Staff, again, is recommending, as we talked about, the determination of completeness, as well as the approvals for the major site plan, ADR, and CUP in accordance with the conditions in the staff memo.
All right, welcome to the table. If you could state your names for the record.
Certainly. My name is Nick Golan. I'm a licensed engineer and principal with TF Moran.
My name is Nathan Sherwood. I'm a licensed engineer and principal with Unitil.
Great. Tell us a little bit about this project.
We'd love to. All right, so you've seen us before.
You have about 11 minutes. No, I'm kidding.
Go! All right, I think you have told me in the past brevity is key. We'll be as succinct as possible.
I'd only say that to you because I know you've been here before and you've seen how we work, so.
Yes, sir.
Carry on.
The reality is we've been here for other substations in the past, and we're at a point now where we need to retire the next one. The substation dates back to vintage 1940s, acknowledging that the other portions of the campus, as are shown on the graphic above, date back to more like 1965 timeframe. So this project consists of retiring vintage substation equipment, installing new technology, current technology to meet the growing electrical demand in the Concord area and provide further redundancy for service reliability. So as part of this, in order to accommodate that substation relocation on the subject lot, an existing pole storage yard area will be relocated and stormwater management areas be incorporated where there currently are none. We did things a little bit different back in the 40s and 60s, so we will be updating to present-day methodology for stormwater management. I mentioned the existing pole yard. I'll direct your attention to the big board. So this is a fairly large lot. It's nearly 9 acres. But when we think about the area of work that we're doing, it is confined to the southerly corner, primarily this existing pole yard. So what we're doing is this is in part an efficiency program. One, we need to replace the substation, but also we need to relocate this pole yard. So what does this pole yard serve? It serves your needs. If there is an outage in the middle of the night because someone struck a pole, or if there is a project that requires pole replacements or new poles, this is in part where they come from. The elements that are prescribed on the site plans are specific to that need. So this is either an emergency response or this is otherwise a capital project where poles require replacement. One of the things you can notice in the geometry, we'll say, of the existing pole yard is perhaps we're not making the best use of our space. It requires a considerable area to navigate in with oversized vehicles to pick up and drop off poles. Make a 180-degree turn to then exit the yard where other vehicles are currently being stored. When we take a look at our overall site plan, we can see some strategic differences that have been incorporated. So again, looking at this existing conditions plan is a little rough in comparison to the overall graphic, which is why we went about it that way. So this is our overall site layout plan. You can see where the proposed substation is located in really that south-southeast corner. The heavy set lines that are located within it are really, it's the general arrangement. That's the electrical equipment, it's the strain buses, it's the transformers that are located within that yard. The other circular objects, as we kind of blow this up a little bit, you can see these are the utility poles for which you'd have outgoing lines that will tie into the existing utility infrastructure. You'll notice we have this large rectangular block that is hatched along the front of the property. This would be the relocation of that pole storage yard. It looks very similar to what's out there now and other facilities that Unitil currently has. They've gone to using a concrete surface. It's better for maintenance. For the poles being picked and dropped, if it's on asphalt, there's potential there could be damage or otherwise. So what is a pole bunker? Think of a field goal post. It's just a nice little frame. It sits on a concrete block.
That's a pole bunker?
It's a pole bunker.
So, inquiring minds want to know, on the plan, there's a 15 by 15 pole butt bunker.
Yes, so this is the pole bunker. We'll pass that around just so everybody has familiarity with that. The pole butt bunker, so we have to imagine what is this facility for? We're going out and installing new poles. Well, what has to come out? Some existing poles. So those are cut. The larger element of that pole is taken to an offsite facility, but those pole butts are brought to this facility where they'll then otherwise be recycled. So how do we store those? It is essentially a modular block retaining wall. Think of the big blocks that you would have for a wall. We encircle those around the edges. There's an open end on the near side so that they can be deposited in or otherwise removed.
So are these all the nasty old creosote soaked logs from 50, 75 500 years ago? Is that what
Well, when you
is that
put
what we're
it-
storing in this nice little 15 by 15
When you put
old
it so
butt bunker?
pleasantly, let me happily say yes. The reality is yes, that these are prior poles. They are managed as part of a spill prevention, control, and countermeasure plan that's associated with the facility. So we do fall under that EPA mandate. So that is a regulated
Had to
component.
get that into the record, make sure we were.
Yep, no, there are many eyes and permits associated with these facilities beyond the approvals that are associated with the municipality. Since you mentioned that, so I'll point that out, that it's located right here, directly adjacent to it is a pea gravel storage area. Well, why do we have pea gravel? Well, when we install these poles, we backfill them with pea gravel. So this is again providing the necessary equipment and materials for Unitil to provide.
And there's a division into where the actual substation is, which is a gravel lot, right? So there's, rainwater is not going to incur down into that gravel.
No, sir.
It's going to be.
So we can actually, I'm going to jump real quick, and I apologize for the quick scrolling, but there's a typical section that's located within these plans that really shows how these substations are built. It is essentially an open void stone. So we can see if we can't zoom in here a little bit.
What page is that, Nick?
I believe it's the last page of the set, 16 of 16. And it's located in the upper left-hand corner. Just gives us a little bit of a feel for what's there. The reality is we need to have a stable surface because there are electrical components and pads that are installed within these yards. There's also a depth of this at which the grounding grid is installed to protect the people working within it and the people immediately outside of it. And that's an important feature because that grounding grid does extend a minimum 3 to 5 feet outside the yard. So if we were wanting to plant something, say landscaping, immediately outside that fence, not only would that be a concern because it would interact with the grounding grid, but it also provides the opportunity for people to climb up the trees and try and jump inside of substations because they have various materials that people think are valuable, such as copper, that they can then try and resell on a secondary market. I know it sounds laughable, but having had the opportunity to work with both Unitil and Eversource for over 20 years, people have died trying to gain access to substations when they aren't supposed to. It's a sad story, but it's a cautionary tale. We bring up at meetings at times when necessary because it's very important for these substations to be open, for police and fire to be able to see in, to make sure that these are secure, that the people that are supposed to be inside them are, and the people that are not supposed to be inside them are not. So we'll end up talking a little bit about that when we start talking about some landscaping items that are associated with this project. But if I can, I'll get us through the rest of what's laid out here and allow a little bit of opportunity for question and answer. So we can see as far as how this facility lays out, yes, this is the cross-section that is the substation. Would be a control structure incorporated within that. We did seek and were approved for zoning relief relative to that structure to be located within a bluff buffer. We were also granted a variance to manipulate contours within that bluff, and that was specific to a ravine, which is located in this location here, in part because this is just some minor recontouring to accommodate those more formal stormwater management area that I mentioned earlier. Right now, the site just drains to that low point, and it finds its way out. So instead, we'll have the opportunity to provide more formal treatment that'll have to meet alteration of terrain standards, as although we have less than 100,000 square feet of impact, just barely clip that shoreline protection area and meet that 50,000 square foot threshold instead. So an alteration of terrain permit as well as a shoreline permit by notification will be required for this facility. You can see on this plan that hatched area exhibits the area of the bluff buffer that would be impacted. It looks substantial, but the reality is this is not your typical bluff that's associated with this project site. It has been highly disturbed. We had the opportunity to meet with the Architectural Design Review Committee and then also Conservation Commission. It doesn't happen often, but we were able to walk out with ringing endorsements from both. And that's in relationship to the design of the site, the buffers that are provided, and I think importantly to look at, and especially because there's some waivers requested on this project, that Architectural Design Review approved it as presented. So this is our overall facility. You can see this limit between the substation yard and the pole bunker. This is pavement. This is to provide an appropriate turning radius for those oversized vehicles so that poles can be picked and located in the bunker or otherwise removed, and to provide a safe area for them to turn around instead of driving coming all the way into the site, then turning around, coming all the way back. So it really limits turning movements and decision points. What we don't want is people with big trucks carrying heavy things, trying to look over their shoulder in order to make turns. This really absolves us of those needs, which I think is an excellent component. Just overall, to speak to the project merits, so the existing substation that we're replacing, which is located just off screen right here, is approximately 4,000 square feet. As our electrical needs grow, as do the size of our substations. So we are now at a 145 by 155, which is approximately 22,000 square feet. I mentioned the control enclosure here. There will be utility poles for both inbound and outbound lines, and that maybe provides a good transition to talk a little bit about landscaping. If I can, and I hate doing this because I know boards don't typically like it, but I have a graphic that I wanted to share that I created after having the opportunity to talk to Alec about landscaping and why we are providing it or why we are not. So what this is just a color graphic that shows an aerial, what we were looking at before, but what we've done, just grab one and pass it down, please. What we've done is overlaid some of the constraints. So I think in part it may be our failing to show what these constraints are in relationship to the buffer elements that we've requested a waiver for. Those requirements specifically being section 20.06, which is in relationship to solid waste facility screening. I don't know that we even need this, in all honesty. I think we may be able to withdraw that. The reality is there is the outdoor storage that we mentioned for the P-stone and the pole butts. That's surrounded on 3 sides where it's only open at the front. And if we were to incorporate some additional screening, perhaps as suggested in the graphic that we've handed out, I think it removes the need for that waiver. 2 other waivers, section 26.02, which is mechanical equipment to not provide screening, baffling, cosmetic treatments, or a combination of measures to reduce visual glare and noise impacts from ground-mounted and unusually large equipment towards abutting properties. We took that as meaning we needed to somehow find a way to screen our substation. Because of the location of that grounding grid, because of the location of those colored areas, which are existing easements that preclude the ability to install landscaping, we're really limited. I'll admit that our landscaping plan of 1 maple tree probably didn't quite hit the mark, but I wanted to be able to explain that tonight on why that is. There is an existing tree there now, so we're putting it back, and the remainder of that area is primarily overtaken by invasives. It's bittersweet and Japanese knotweed. So as part of this project, we have to meet the ND 1500 requirements, that being alteration of terrain, to address those invasives. So although we are removing a very minimal amount of trees, the trees that we're removing are right now dead and dying because of those invasive species. So really we're providing some betterment here, and that those invasive species would be removed. Now, at Alex's request, and I want to say Alex in advance, he said, hey, what else can you do here? Like, we understand you're an industrial facility. It's a little bit different than a retail or commercial or a residential facility as far as landscaping, because the onus really is on safety, clear sight lines. But is there something else we can do? So the graphic I provided here shows the ability to install, how many do we have here? 2, 4, 6, 8, we'll say approximately 20 to 30 leprechaun arborvitae. Now, why are we choosing leprechaun arborvitae? Much like its name, it is intended to be somewhat diminutive. So it won't really grow too much taller than the height of that fence. Why is that important? Because we are going to be picking very large utility poles out of that area. And once they clear that fence, they are rotated and then dropped into a large truck to go about its merry way to make sure we continue to have power. We're creating a dangerous situation if we're going to try and install a lot of big tall trees there. It really doesn't provide a purpose, but if we were to install this in this specific location, I believe this meets the needs of both section 20.06 for the solid waste facility screening, as it would be located in front of those bins that are located in the back of the site, and then also section 2603, screening of outside storage. So it is outdoor pole storage, but we have a fence there. Providing a fence with an opaqueness such that people can't see in it as part of a drive-by is not in our interests, nor is it in your public responders. But providing some screening to a certain element with these types of plantings, it felt like a very reasonable compromise. So should the board feel that this does meet the intent of those requirements, we would look to withdraw those waivers and show that that meets the intent of your requirements. Should the board see that we do not meet that regulation to the perfect T, we would keep that waiver request and slightly modify it to state that we would provide these as supplemental screening to meet the intent of the regulation because of the type of facility this is, which we think, again, meets the needs of the public and is consistent with past approvals that have been issued by this planning board.
Alan, can you just make a note of that, so when we get to that point, we can address whether they're pulling it out or leaving it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I'll try and be quick. The only other thing I noted is staff aptly pointed out there was a bunch of waivers we asked for we don't need. So we would withdraw those waivers as specifically stated within the staff report. And might I note, this was a tremendous staff report. And we've had an opportunity to do a lot of work in Concord over the years. There's a lot in here. It took us a considerable amount of time to get through this, but I think it definitely hit on all the marks associated with the application, so kudos.
Wow.
I'll leave it there, sir.
Leave it right there.
Yeah.
Perfect. Questions for the applicant from the board? Jeff?
So, in the lower right-hand corner, you have a driveway existing.
Yes.
You're proposing a gate that's actually narrower than the driveway opening, and I'm wondering why that's shown the way
Whether or
it
not
is.
that's such a great idea.
Well, especially if you're saying you have the large trucks you do, and I'm assuming you did turning templates to kind of
did.
prove it out.
Yep, it's included in the plan.
So it's calling out for a 20-foot wide gate when it looks like a 24-foot wide opening.
It's an excellent observation.
So would that
Sorry, Nate.
change?
I believe we'll be needing to enlarge that gate to provide something that's commensurate with the site drive.
You have a drainage kind of opening in the curb that goes into a pond.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain how you're going to maintain that in the winter when it freezes?
Sure. So in lieu of using the traditional riprap or stone curb cut, where what we ultimately end up seeing is, despite the contractor's best efforts, those stones get piled up at the top of the edge of the pavement, sediment builds up over time, and then lo and behold, we have a dam. And stormwater's no longer leaving the pavement, it just sits there. So what we're using is a paved apron instead. There's a sufficient grade elevational change there of upwards of 1.5 feet, that even in a snowy condition or otherwise, it still provides the opportunity for that stormwater to enter into that location. Now, just like anything, does it require maintenance? Yes. So they need to clear the snow from that to make sure that it works appropriately. Being that this is an alteration of terrain permit, they do have maintenance requirements they have to adhere to, and that is spelled out as a specific item in that document.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
My last thing for
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman. I seen here you're requesting a waiver from granite curb to Cape Cod berm. If you sat in the meeting for the last hour, you
Jeez,
fairly
can you
clearly
imagine?
heard that I can tell you now, I'm not going to support the waiver based on the discussion we just had. If we're making another applicant, we denied a waiver for the Stickney Ave project to go to Cape Cod berm. For the limited amount of curbing here, I would not support the change.
I would agree with you, but we'll let Mr. Golan
I would
tell
be
us
happy
why he
to
would like that,
expand on
but
And I just have one more comment. So on your site plan where you show the snow storage area,
Yes, sir.
you actually show your swing gate opening out into the snow storage area. Could you clarify how, if that's all piled with snow, that that's going to actually work?
We're either going to have to put a hinge on it so that it's only opening in one direction, or otherwise going to have to relocate some of that snow storage.
Okay, I'm just, those are those maintenance issues that I just want to make sure that are addressed so the snow doesn't
that's
suddenly
fair.
just get piled on the outside of the fence, or on the inside of the fence adjacent to the parking lot
So,
where you.
yeah, that fence is provided specifically for the purpose of getting the snow to that location. So they'll have to leave it in an operable condition in order to use it for that purpose. All right, jumping back to curbing. This is a tough one, guys. This is new for all of us in the development community as far as the enforcement of this regulation. So I'm going to take a step back from this project if I can, and I will not be long-winded, I promise. Historically, the city has always allowed bituminous curb. It has been only through recent revelations that has changed, in that there is now a focus on the construction specifications as the leading implement to enforce this rule. This site has bituminous curb on it now, as does many Unitil facilities. It is an unnecessary expense to ratepayers to require granite curbing where there's a perfectly suitable alternative that's currently in use. I have heard at length the board's discussion. If it's a waiver that is denied, sounds like I have to change the plan. But I would ask you to pause and think of the number of projects that have been approved in the city just in the last 2 or 3 years, and I know I've brought several before you, where that was considered a perfectly suitable element. And that is not specific to Concord, it's not specific to New Hampshire, it's not specific to New England.
Right.
You
And
see
it's,
bituminous
again,
concrete.
it's not apples to oranges on the other project that discussed it because of the grade. A lot
This
of,
is a flat site.
a lot of the concern was on the grade, so we'll hit it when we come to the waiver request.
I'll stick to the criteria so mentioned, but on a larger view, this is new for us in the development community, trying to understand what that regulation is. It was suggested that a waiver be submitted, and it's our understanding that it was being supported by staff.
Okay. Make sure we don't skip over that. Just keep me honest on that. Other questions from the board? Councilor Todd.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to note that the leprechaun arborvitae that's being suggested to replace the bittersweet and the other problem area that you have there with vegetation growing is not technically a native species.
I agree.
It is, it is a hybrid of native and non-native. So did you consider any other native species that would in fact achieve the same goals?
We did. So Mike Krasinski, who's our landscape architect, looked at several. This is and I'm sorry to say it, this is the preferred type of vegetation by Eversource right now for these types of applications. So we brought it forth on this one. It makes sense because of potential for overhead lines. It makes sense because of its salt tolerance. Understood it's not a native species. I'd almost consider it more like a native improved species. So the comment is noted, but we think this is the right selection for the site.
Okay, duly noted. Other questions from the board? No? Any member of the audience have any questions or concerns about this application? Mr. Schweiker, come on up. Let's have you guys step back, okay?
Yes, sir.
Welcome back to the table. You were holding true to form. You said you'd be back up, and here you are.
Well, probably another one too, maybe, but
Yeah.
anyway, my concern is not with this particular plan, but my understanding is at the same time, they're redoing a substation on Bridge Street, which does not require approval, so that's why you haven't heard about it maybe. But that substation on Bridge Street has been kind of a thorn in the side of the city for years in terms of any development of that area. And if they're gonna be completely tearing out the substation, putting in new stuff, I don't know if they should be considering, can any of that go up to McGuire Street, or can it go somewhere other than where it is, rather than just rebuilding it in the same stupid place?
Just for the record, you're talking about the one in front of the Ralph Pill building, the old Ralph Pill building right
Yeah.
next to the highway.
That
It
is
it's a-
still Bridge Street, even
Yeah.
though it's a different Bridge Street.
Oh, good point. That's right, good point. It is an eyesore, I agree with you 100%, so.
It's
we'll-
not just an eyesore, it's in the way of
Holding up.
potential things.
Holding up development, certainly. Great point, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any other questions, concerns about this application? Nope, seeing none, well,
Prior to closing the public hearing,
Okay.
just in case you wanted the applicant to respond, but staff was recommending denial of those 3 screening waivers. One of them would require opaque fencing, and we do not consider privacy mesh over a chain link fence to be solid and opaque. So that waiver would need to be abided, but I want to call attention to the board that this site is zoned industrial. It abuts 2 mixed-use zoning districts, one of which has residential uses, and the other is more office. And, we felt it was important to make sure the applicant explored every opportunity possible not to encumber any of the sites or, to visually protect those sites from this substation, which was the basis of our understanding. There are legitimate constraints associated with the substation.
and again, testing my memory, but if my memory serves, the substation down by the Common Man Restaurant, the same question came up regarding the slat wall on the fence. And I think, I don't know that it was an eloquent short answer, which is what I'm looking for tonight, but I believe it was an answer on why that's not a good solution in this scenario.
Correct. This is a function of public safety. Police and fire have to be able to see in this as part of their drive-bys.
That was it, okay. That was it. Yes.
If I could, with that in mind, could you consider putting the slats on the side that faces the residential to the south, since you don't have access for police and fire around that side of the building? and only have it from the other 3 sides that would actually be part of the drive-through, or drive-by, as you so eloquently put it?
It would not be our preference to shield just a portion of this and then be needing to maintain those slats. I think the other element of this is, what do you typically see when those slats are installed? You see them defaced by spray paint, or you see them break as soon as it hits 10 degrees. It will be uglier with the slats, in our opinion.
The public safety piece and the police access to it was I knew there was a reason, I just didn't remember what it was.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Golan before we send him back? Okay, you're all set. Thank you very much for your testimony. Oh, sorry, hang on one sec. You said there was 3 waivers.
Well, there are 3 waivers specific to screening.
Denial.
One of them is for outside storage, which requires solid opaque fencing. The other 2 have language that the board can, in the case of exceptionally grades or exceptionally large equipment, can require the applicant to do the best they can, and you have that discretion. So if you go that route, whether it's the for landscaping proposed here, those waivers I would consider satisfied, but is that one that doesn't have that back door?
9.4A and B would be satisfied by the proposal by the applicant, whereas 9C we would need action.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do I need to add the final component that we would then maintain that waiver request relative to the opaqueness of the fence, and it would be specific to public safety? Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, so keep me honest, Alex, when we get there.
Yep. Do my best.
Okay, and no more public testimony? Nobody else wants to weigh in on that? No, so we'll close the public hearing. Good, Alex, close the public hearing. Yep. Okay, so any other comments, questions, or concerns from the board?
I would just note for the board that there was a preliminary staff determination that this might be considered regional impact back several months ago. So we do have comments in your supplemental materials from both Central and the town of Pembroke. But without that finding being made tonight, you could just consider those as public comment.
Right, so that moves us to 9.2 in your packets, using as our findings of fact the information that's in our packet, the testimony that we heard here tonight. And by the way, Mr. Golan, you're on notice. We need to remove that ugly substation down at the end of Bridge Street. So we expect you back, and sometime in 2026 would be excellent to get that rolling. Put apartments down there, it'd be great. Again, findings of fact with the information that was provided, the testimony we heard, and the public testimony. So moving into 9.3, first up is to grant the waiver request below from the listed site.
That's the Cape Cod berm
regulations,
which is supported by staff.
Okay, any comments, questions, concerns? I know there's...
I would still say, Mr. Chairman, that the rest of the site does have some granite curb.
Yep.
Even though it was indicated that it's not. I'm looking at it right now. It's a short section.
Yep.
It's where they're going to be pushing snow toward and doing other things, and I would like to see the granite curb. I don't think it's a huge expense to the project. I think it's a reasonable consideration along that area.
So we'll take it one of 2 ways. We can take it to grant and see where we go, or if we get a denial, we'll do it the other way. Let's take it to grant 9.3. If we've got a motion on the table to grant that waiver request.
I'll make that motion.
We have a second? Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I'm going to oppose 3. So we got 4 opposes. Myself, Amanda Savage, Jeff Santa Cruz, Dino Demitrakis.
And everybody voted, because sometimes
It's
when we
5-4.
I understand, but when we do the verbal vote, sometimes and I don't know who's.
Everybody.
So show
hands?
Show hands on the yeas.
Show hands on the yeas, just for the record. We got yay votes. Yeah, yay votes is 5.
I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Just for the record. Okay, so that waiver is approved, and then 9.4 is to deny the waiver request below from the listed
I think we've determined that A and B from that are not necessary based on the revised landscaping.
C for screening.
And C would require action from the board.
So again, the screening was the point.
I take that back. Alec, why don't you go ahead on A?
I think A from section 2006 requires solid opaque screening around any outside storage facilities. So that if it would be if the board is looking to go with what was prepared or proposed here, that would need to be
That will pulled out.
approve or
Okay.
conditionally approve.
So let's pull out A.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for a quick clarification on that? That regulation is for solid waste facilities.
Right.
This is not a solid waste facility, so I'm not even sure how we're applying that to this application.
Interpreting it as all solid waste disposal or waste recycling facilities, dumpsters, bins, or other outside storage facilities or areas. Certainly you can interpret it as you would like.
I'd say that's a stretch.
Yeah.
Personally.
The board can determine that it doesn't apply in this situation if you so choose.
So how would we
So
make
do
a motion to
do we
say it
make a-
doesn't apply, or
do
do
we make
we
a motion
just?
to not approve, not apply, or make a motion to deny, to approve the waiver?
If
Again,
you
I don't
don't
know-
think, if you don't think the waiver applies, you would, by consensus of the board, you could say it's the determination of the board that you disagree with the staff interpretation and believe that the waiver is not necessary.
Mr. Santa Cruz,
I
would you like to make that motion?
For 9.4A, that I don't believe that the solid waste facility screening
Is applicable to
is
this
applicable in this location.
Okay.
Second.
Motion's been made and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? No opposes. Maybe an action item for staff to look into that a little further, to clean that up a little bit. Put it in a master plan. Okay, 9.4B and C then are non-applicable. Do we need to do anything on those?
Which one is still applicable? It's C.
B and C, I believe. A was the one that needed to be done, so that is gone.
That's, so do we need to do B and C or no?
I think that you would need to make it clear in a condition of approval that those are being satisfied.
Okay. Keep me honest when we get to the conditions of approval, if we have to add a condition of approval, okay?
We can do that.
9.5.
Those were withdrawn, so those do not need action.
Don't need action on 9.5, I like that. 9.6 is to grant the conditional use permit for section 28-2-4J, table of principal uses. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that conditional use permit as outlined?
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion?
Is that with the recommended
I was
condition?
just going to say, so is that prior to approval, the accompanying major site plan application shall find, yes. So is that what, Alec?
It's just so that we can make sure that the expiration of both the site plan and the conditional use permit are concurrent and they're not different dates.
Okay. Okay, so we had a motion, do we have a motion?
Mm-hmm.
In a second? Yes. And no discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 9.7 is to grant the conditional use permit for section 28-4-4D, conditional use permits required for certain disturbances of bluffs and buffer.
With the same condition to
With the
make
same condition for driving them together.
So moved.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That motion carries. 9.8, grant architectural design review approval for the relocation and construction of the existing Unitil West Concord substation and associated pole storage yard. Would someone like to make a motion to grant architectural design review approval as outlined?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 9.9 is to grant major site plan approval for the construction of a new electrical substation, pole storage yard, and other associated site improvements at tax map 494Z, lot 44, addressed as 1 to 7 McGuire Street in the industrial IN district. Would someone like to, excuse me, we're going to go through this here. Precedent conditions, and this is contingent on precedent conditions 1A through F. 2 through 6. Any other conditions, changes for?
The condition regarding the landscaping satisfying the requirements for the screening as discussed under the waivers.
Okay.
And that the
gate
will be widened to
appropriately.
match the driveway width.
Was there snow storage issues on the
No, I
swing?
believe Nick answered that
Okay,
to my
and that was,
satisfaction.
that was through I, wasn't it?
Yes, through I, not F.
Through I, not F, just for the
Apologize.
record. Yep, that's okay. And then 2 through 6. No other additions on the precedents? And then we go to subsequent conditions 1 through 16. Any additions on the subsequent conditions? No? All right, would someone like to make a motion to, gotta go all the way back, grant major site plan approval as outlined?
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. You're all set. Thank you very much. You don't want to stick around? Come on. All right, let's read the next item into the agenda if we could. into the
Item
record.
9C is North Point Engineering LLC on behalf of Siborowski Associates LLC and Phoenix Hall LLC requesting approval for a minor subdivision application for a lot line adjustment and the discontinuance of Phoenix Ave at tax map 6443Z, lot 27, addressed as 56 North Main Street, and tax map 6443Z, lot 28, addressed as 2 Phoenix Ave in the Central Business Performance District.
Okay, staff has determined the application complete, not a development of regional impact. Would someone like to make a motion to find the application complete, not a development of regional impact, and open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Public hearing's open. Let's get a staff update on this if we could.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is one of 3 applications on your agenda tonight relative to the Phoenix Block redevelopment project. This portion of the project is requesting the minor subdivision lot line adjustment and discontinuance of Phoenix Ave. That's to facilitate the proposed development that is part of the other 2 related applications. In addition to the planning board approval for this particular application, city council approval is also required for the actual discontinuance of the public right-of-way of Phoenix Ave. Again, staff is recommending the application be determined complete. We are also requesting, I believe with the applicant's concurrence, that we continue this to a date certain of February 18th, 2026, so that this public hearing and decisions can be made on the same night as the 2 accompanying major site plan applications, which we are also recommending continuance to that same date.
Okay, and the applicant's good with that?
We are, and if it pleases the board, it might make sense to read the other 2 matters in as well, and we can hear them all together.
I was going to say that if we're going to do this as a continuation, then we'll do the other 2 as one, and then take public testimony as one combined, if that is acceptable with the staff.
If you're comfortable with that.
I think we're multitasking and we have the ability to juggle. So just for the record, if people are wondering what's going on, we're gonna push off the issue regarding the discontinuation of Phoenix Ave until the February.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could just speak to that for a minute. I think the intention here is to read each of the 3 into the record for consideration tonight, to ask the board to deem each of the applications complete, to grant a waiver to start and open a public hearing this evening, but then to continue the public hearing until February 18, 2026, so that we can begin tonight but complete it in February.
Okay.
So with that, I can read the other 2 if the board is comfortable.
If I could just get clarification, when does the 65-day clock start?
The 65-day clock would start tonight, and the applicant is understanding of that.
Yeah, but they can.
Right.
But they can request it.
They can
request it, but
absolutely.
if they choose to deny it, then we have to make a decision, thumbs up, thumbs down.
In February.
At 65 days.
With no.
For your record, I did calculate the 65 days, and the February meeting falls within 65 days of this
Understood.
evening, and that would provide a decision point, which we think will be favorable, but nonetheless, we can talk about where we stand when we get there.
Okay, because of how we've had one that went a little sideways in the past, I just
We
want
don't
to
wanna
make
be
sure,
those
open
people.
eyes, everybody's there.
The idea was to try to keep these on a path, because there's a lot of moving pieces and other components to this, that we have enough time for the applicant to address the concerns we have now, submit revisions, so we have time for a decision.
That's fine. Again, it was just a clarification. I want to make sure
understand.
everyone on the board was aware of.
So it's your intent to read them all into the record, get them on the books, and then make a motion to continue the first piece, 9C, to the February meeting?
We'd like to speak to each of the 3 tonight.
Yeah, and then.
And we can do 3
and then
separate
continue.
motions when
Okay,
we get to that
gotcha.
point.
Go ahead. So
I will read
9
9D.
the rest of them in.
North Point Engineering LLC, on behalf of Siborowski Associates LLC, requests approval for a major site plan application. A conditional use permit to allow a portion of the mixed-use building to be constructed at a maximum height of 89 feet 6 inches from the area average grade. A conditional use permit application to allow the partial obstruction of views to the State House dome. And certain waivers from the site plan and regulations for construction of a new 8-story mixed-use building at tax map 6443Z, lot 27. Address is 56 North Main Street in the Central Business Performance District.
So since we did this one, should we do this?
I'm going to
one
do the
now?
next one as well.
Do we want to do this first before we go to the next one?
If you prefer to do the two motions, I can read 9E and then we can do the two separate motions.
Okay, go ahead.
So 9E is North Point Engineering on behalf of Phoenix Hall LLC requesting approval for major site plan application, certain waivers of the site plan regulations, the construction of a 6-story addition and other site improvements at tax map 6443Z, Lot 28, addressed as 2 Phoenix Ave in the Central Business Performance District. I'll give my staff update here, just so we have an idea. These applications are the second and third on the agenda relative to the Phoenix Block redevelopment. These portions represents the approval for 2 major site plans, architectural design review, and 2 conditional use permits, as available through the recently approved zoning ordinance amendments that were adopted by the City Council. The 2 existing buildings on Lot 27 will be removed to make way for a new 8-story mixed-use building with a connection to the Phoenix Hall building on Lot 28. The new mixed-use building is proposed to contain some limited retail space on the lower level, office space on the second level. The 3rd through 6th floors would include 36 residential apartments, and the top floor is proposed to be a restaurant venue with an outdoor seating on a roof deck. This redevelopment of the area surrounding the Phoenix Hall has been long identified as a key road development location by the city, to the extent that it's actually specifically discussed in the city's 1997 downtown master plan. For both of these site plan applications, we're recommending that the board grant the waivers to allow acceptance and determination of completion and the public hearing to take place in the same evening, and then further to continue to February 18th, later in the meeting, so that we're all on the same night with the accompanying applications.
Perfect. So again, for the record, we've already determined the application complete on 9C and voted on that. So we'll do, is it okay to do 9D and 9E in one motion and
I would do them separately.
Okay, so 9D in your packets, again, staff has determined the application complete, not a development of regional impact. Would someone like to make a motion to find the application complete, not a development of regional impact, and open the public hearing?
Grant the waivers to allow the public hearing the same night.
Grant the waivers, section 6032C and 11.05, to do it in one meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. And
Same motion for
9E, basically exactly the same motion, that the application is complete, not a development of regional impact, and the waivers to have the public hearing on the same night. Would someone like to make that motion to determine the application complete and open the public hearing?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Do we need another staff update, or are we good?
I will stop my staff updates there.
All right, perfect. Welcome to the table. If you guys could state your names for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name's Ari Pollack. I'm an attorney with the Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell firm here in Concord. To my right is Mark Siborowski. He and I are here for 2 of his entities, Siborowski Associates LLC and Phoenix Hall LLC. Mark, as I think most of you know, is a Concord downtown landowner, landlord, developer, and Main Street fixture. And to my left is Jason Lacombe of S&P Architecture, seated in the, there he is, seated in the gallery. Behind me is Jeff Lewis of North Point Engineering, who's been doing our civil engineering work on this project. It's 9:20. This project deserves, let's take a deep breath. You've been working hard. This project deserves some airtime, and we're here tonight to start a public discussion of what's been Mark's long-term plan to redevelop the Phoenix block on Main Street. This is an ambitious project. It involves the preservation and renovation of the historic Phoenix Hall. Those of you who have been there know exactly what I mean. And it depends on the construction of a new connector building in Phoenix Avenue and a new mixed-use building where today the former CVS pharmacy building and the ENP hotel stand. Many of you are familiar with this project because it's been discussed, or at least referenced, in a lot of different places for a number of years. And tonight's planning applications are really a culmination of work that has happened involving historic preservation, economic analysis, zoning amendments, architectural review, engineering and utility discussions, work with tenants, neighbors, consultants, and, of course, many members of our community. And frankly, each of those groups could take a half hour's worth of description, but we don't want to do that tonight. In 2004, I'll highlight a few key points. The City Council, with the recommendations of this board, amended city ordinances to authorize additional downtown building height and to allow some view obstructions of the State House dome from certain perspectives on the interstates. This project takes advantage of both of these opportunities and to add a 7th floor rooftop restaurant, which will have indoor and outdoor seating and fantastic views of the downtown, the State House, and the river. And both of these opportunities are now allowed by conditional use. Both are in your discretion, and a CUP narrative for each of those pieces of relief is included in our application materials and was provided by staff for your consideration. And since I think we're just looking for preliminaries tonight, I'm not going to go into the details of those CUP criteria, but they are addressed in those narratives and they are addressed in the staff report, and they are the subject of multiple submissions with the application materials. So we will get there, we can get there, we certainly can take questions about it, but I don't want you to think we've taken those lightly. They are important pieces of the project, and they're important pieces of discretion that we're asking you to exercise in our favor. Additionally, the applications propose a lot line adjustment which would have the effect of discontinuing Phoenix Avenue as a public street. This itself is a question for the City Council, but we anticipate a planning condition of approval that requires us to go get that consideration and remedy. And since a picture will really tell a better story than words, I'm going to spend my time tonight just simply summarizing the project this way and then turning it over to Jason to show you what I'm talking about. The current streetscape of the former CVS building and EMP hotel, which itself was damaged by fire decades ago and is still in that condition, would be replaced with a new mixed-use building and a connector building to access a refurbished Phoenix Hall. The Phoenix building would continue to offer retail, restaurant, office spaces, and assembly spaces as it does today, but meanwhile, a new connector building would offer lobby and assembly space to support the hall in a way that simply cannot be done today, and to preserve the public alleyway between Low Avenue and North Main Street, and we have some views to show you what that connection would look like. And as I mentioned, the new mixed-use building will offer retail, office, residential apartments, and a rooftop venue with views of the downtown and the State House and the river and all that surrounds Concord. All in all, the project proposes restaurants, entertainment venues, new retail, existing restaurant, and 36 new units of prime Main Street apartment housing while preserving the connection between Low Avenue and Main Street, and while preserving, in my view, the most significant historic element of Main Street, which would be the Phoenix Hall. For these reasons and others, the Architectural Design Review Committee recently reviewed our plans, much of what you'll see tonight, and recommended approval of the elevations for the project. They also recommended that you grant both of the requested conditional use permit applications. Again, it's not discretion we take lightly. It's discretion that we have detailed in our application, but we were very pleased to receive the recommendation of that committee. Make no mistake, it is 9:30, but this project it's big, bold, and beautiful. It's expensive, it's challenging, it's important, and it's relevant. It's frankly what Concord needs, wants, and deserves. It's the right thing at the right time in the right place. And at a moment when Concord is struggling to strengthen its tax base, protect residents from reassessments, Simply put, this project delivers on all of those fronts. For Mark, it's a project of his life, his legacy. It's his crown jewel at the top of Main Street, and it is truly a project of passion. Make no mistake, I've never met anyone who's more dedicated to a development project than Mark is to his hall, and only Mark would think of building 2 new buildings to support one. Thank you for letting me set the table for what I know will be the start of a conversation to continue in the new year. But this is exciting, and I hope you're as excited as we are to show you what we've been working on. Jason, show them what they've won.
That's a tough act
Quite
to
a
follow.
lead-in, Jason. You gotta follow that.
That is a tough
Oh.
act to follow.
Deliver, pal.
And I am by no means as well spoken as my colleague here. Although he did speak of a passion project, SMP has been working with Mark on this project for over a decade. Mark has been dreaming of it for decades, but we've been part of that story for a long time. What we are bringing tonight is really the culmination of that. It's through many conversations, both with city officials, with the historic committees, with people in town, and with Mark personally. So I'm going to start off with a video that we put together. So this is a concept fly around that Alec, thank you very much for your help on the technology. So we can just take a quick walk around. Ari did mention the lobby space, which is fenestrated here with the pass-through, the walk-through to Low Avenue. We've broken the facade up into 4 primary pieces of the addition. So the lobby space, what we call Phoenix Block, the EMP rebuild, so it's a revision of the facade of EMP, and then what we've dubbed as the infill building, which is the northernmost portion. As part of addressing snow load and structural concerns with our northerly neighbor, we needed to maintain a lower roof line. They'll be articulated differently, very consistent with Main Street. We were considerate of what the historic nature and pattern of a Main Street building is, both in height and detailing, but also the length of the building on Main Street before we started to break facades apart. Coming around to the Low Ave side, so this is a 0 lot line for all the people who talk about parking and curbing. We don't have those issues on this one. We have many others, but not those. On the Low Ave side, there will be access to a parking garage in the basement, as well as a small section reserved for future retail. One of Mark's dreams and goals that he gave us was for this building to become a catalyst for potential redevelopment of Low Ave as a secondary retail market. That's something we really did try to embrace. The upper portion is the backside of the residential units. So each residential unit would have a balcony or a roof deck on the backside, not overhanging the property line. We've recessed that piece and articulated that as a different part of the facade. Up on the upper section, Ari mentioned the rooftop restaurant and deck. So the deck wraps around. We were attempting for 360 degrees. We didn't quite make it, but we articulated the roof deck in different ways so it could address different types of seating and events on that would support the restaurant venue. Taking a walk through the facade that we've seen, so the historic Phoenix Hall would be cleaned up, essentially remain unchanged, but it would be cleaned up and touched up. If anybody has seen the state of the granite sign band, we're hoping that some repairs could happen there. The glass curtain wall is the lobby space, so this is articulated as a 2-story space. Anybody who's been in Phoenix Hall knows that the hall itself has a main hall and then a very large balcony, occupies 2 floors. So this space provides that lobby area. Phoenix Block has the very traditional Main Street retail, brick up above with some bay windows. We've incorporated a very large brick cornice line, transitioning to a slate mansard roof. This is consistent with some other buildings on Main Street, but also we found that historically the original building that burned had a very similar facade type. It wasn't built out of brick, but it did have a mansard roof, similar in articulation. The EMP rebuild, our hope was, this building is 2 stories taller than the existing EMP facade. But our hope is that if somebody was to leave Concord, this building gets built, and they come back 5 years later, they wouldn't necessarily notice that it's distinctly different. So while we're not trying to replicate EMP, it's definitely in the spirit of the existing facade, right down to the brick color. And then the infill piece is a recessed section with other brick facades. Yeah, excellent point. One of the pieces is we're hoping to salvage and repurpose the existing copper cornice on the EMP. It has that great green patina that we all like and appreciate, so if we can salvage that and reinstall it, that is a goal. This is an elevation that you would see if you slice through that lobby section, or frankly, we're standing on the roof of Phoenix Hall. You can see the pedestrian pass-through with the stair. We did incorporate a separate dedicated elevator, 2-stop elevator at the back of this section, so that we can actually provide ADA-compliant access for pedestrians on the street level to get from Main Street to Low Ave. The upper section of the lobby, and then you can see the south facade of the new Phoenix block. The Low Ave elevation, again, there's that pedestrian pass-through, the backside of Phoenix Hall. There's that 2-stop elevator. There's also a service elevator as part of repurposing and reinvigorating the hall. There will be a restaurant, a kitchen located in the basement of Phoenix Hall. This elevator here will serve to bring food up to Phoenix Hall for service. Moving down, this is the main stair tower and at the main core of the building, and then the backside of retail and the office function, and then you can see the residential up above. And then moving to the north side, the north side is really facing the neighbor, so it's fairly stark. We did locate an idea, although it was suggested not to put the mural up, but it still lives because it's what was submitted.
So what we don't want to do is have a discussion about whether you like or don't like that mural. What we do want to do is tell you that there might be some art there.
Thank you.
We'll save that for the February meeting.
If you have to. I still think we're going to put a sign there that says art to be determined.
Yeah.
We did put together some daytime and nighttime views, part of the consideration of this being not only a theater and a hall, but also a restaurant, that the nightlife of this is very important. So you can see the view looking north from Main Street, and then the nighttime view. So we are looking at facade lighting. I understand lighting was several points of the staff report. We do have a lighting designer on the team who we will be working with to better detail the exterior lighting of this building. Should we take a quick walk through the floor plans, or is that onerous, given the hour?
I want you to do that. No.
All right, we'll just roll through.
I don't know that it's onerous, but we don't need to do it.
Yeah, I don't know that
At 9:30 at night, it may be.
I don't know that it's onerous.
I don't
is a
think
bad
we'd be
word.
torturing you, but it's
Yeah,
more
yeah.
detailed than is needed for tonight. I think we could suffice to say that the new mixed-use building proposed where CVS and the E&P Hotel are, the 7 stories, it's ground floor retail, 2nd floor programmed for office, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th is your 36 apartments, 9 per floor, and then the 7th top floor with that conditional use for building height is the rooftop restaurant proposal. I can't tell you that that interior is entirely nailed down, but that is what has been proposed for program purposes.
Okay.
Thank you, Ari. Views looking south, both daytime and nighttime. On the rear side, this is the back side of the lobby and stair tower and the pass-through. Part of the intent of this is to create a focal point from the interstate, and I understand understand that in the past that's been controversial, but places like Hotel Concord with the signage on the back, with the lighting, this is a focal point that we want people to see from the interstate and realize that Concord is a happening place and that they should get off and slow down a little bit. And that was it for the presentation.
So before we finish up, and I know you want to open the public hearing, but the staff reports provide a good to-do list for where we're headed for a submission in January for consideration in advance of the February meeting. We've had those reports for a few weeks now because we had actually submitted in October, and we're hard at work. We want to take those comments along with any other comments and make that resubmission. So if you wanted to consider this something of an informal design review, we would be happy to have that feedback.
Great. Perfect. I did have a question on the flat elevation. So that first picture that you showed, it shows all the way across as a flat elevation. So I know from tripping on the stairs coming from the south that you've got a two-step bump up in front of Phoenix Hall, and then it's flat across Phoenix Hall, and I think it dips down, doesn't it, Mark?
It slopes down.
It slopes down to the soap guy, the candle guy, right? And then and then
Candle tree,
CVS.
yep.
So it's showing flat here. Are we restructuring the sidewalk? Are we changing the sidewalk? Or?
No, this would transition very subtly behind that planter, which is now a piece of artwork. That's the existing planter. So I think graphically, yes, it is shown flat, but I think realistically it drops, I believe, 6 inches.
Yeah, 5, somewhere in there.
Roughly.
And you can see that there is a bit of a change between the first and the second floor, but it's too subtle to notice in a graphic that shows the whole streetscape.
And then signage, I know it's way down the road, but signage across that stripe on the top above the glass on the first floor.
Right.
Nothing above that.
Maybe some building names, like you've got E&P on the top there with the copper. Is that?
Those would be things that would be allowable through conditional use
Yeah.
permits when we get to that
I'm
stage.
I'm just physically looking at it. So I did have a question on bird-friendly glass. Never asked this question before. It's been asked in meetings before. This begs the question. I know there's not a long runway before this, but if I'm not mistaken, there's a road right across the street from this opening, right? So birds conceivably could come down through there thinking that the glass is clear. I know they have bird-friendly glass. Just want to mention it as a design piece. We've had people in the past mention it specifically with large expanses of glass like this, especially in an elevated with an open space underneath it. That it could be a bird heaven, or the wrong term, but it could be unfriendly to the birds. And then on the back side of the filler building, it looks like that height doesn't go all the way back. So the filler building on the left, on the northern side, so it drops down, and then there's quite a distance on your fly-through. Is there any outdoor space on that right there? Is there any outdoor space that goes through there? It looks like a flat roof, which is fine. I just want to make sure we're not putting a patio or something out on that back roof. It looks.
These are behind this cornice line are the private balconies for the third floor residents.
Okay.
Those are apartments.
So on the little building on the right, is that going to have egress out to the roof as well?
That one does not. That patio is actually serviced by the one on the corner.
It's part of the corner unit.
Part of the corner unit.
And I come back from it 10 years ago, but originally when we had looked at this, or I know there was some conversations, the tie-in between the Phoenix Hall building and the new Phoenix Hotel, or whatever we're going to call that other building, the reason for the flyover was that the only way to get to the second and third floor was there was no elevator and no capability to put an elevator in Phoenix Hall, yet we've got an elevator over here. Maybe I'm mistaken, or maybe the designs have changed dramatically enough that you still need that flyover between the buildings, but I thought originally that was one of the drivers that made you come to the conclusion.
You're right. I don't know what specifically you're recalling or what was in front of anyone then, but it is true to say that this infrastructure is surrounding the Phoenix building because it needs that connectivity to meet codes and be assembly space.
I don't know that there was anything in front of us, but Mark is very persuasive when you meet him on the street, as you're walking down the street.
My description resonated.
Passionate is the word, and certainly, but I do remember a conversation regarding that, and that's fine. I wanted to make sure I understood the reasoning to tie them together was more now aesthetically to tie the buildings together to make it a nice flow from
It's
one
a
to the other.
singular project.
And it's great, and I think I don't have a problem with it. I just wanted to understand it from.
As I already mentioned, we have no lobby space now. You come up that small substandard elevator, which will be demolished, along with the existing stairwell in the Phoenix Hall. And we'll create a lobby on the main hall level and on the balcony level. On the balcony level, the lobby will step back about 20 feet, so that distinct ghost sign, gold medal flower and Coca-Cola will be fully exposed, full height and not cut in half by a balcony. We'll light it up. But importantly also, in addition to creating the lobbying space, the stairs, elevator, and bathrooms that all service Phoenix Hall are in the southern end of the new building. So all that critical infrastructure is in the new building, as well as the lobby space too, as amenities for the hall.
I will say, I'll let the board speak and we'll get some public testimony. When I originally saw the plan sets and I didn't see the fully baked architectural views and then the nighttime views I almost saw it as too progressive or too, glitzy, but it's not. I love the building. It looks beautiful. You've done a great job from an architectural perspective, kind of melding in the old with the new, breaking up those surfaces so it's not just a long flat surface. It looks like there's 4 or 5 buildings in there, and you've done a great job from that perspective. So I won't belabor that point, but I'll shoot to the board if we got questions, concerns, comments. David?
First question is that I'm looking at the start of this project. What do you anticipate to be the timeline in terms of start to finish? And as an addendum to that comment or question, I only ask because obviously what's going to happen is the same thing that happened with Dupree's project across the street from the Concord Hotel in terms of tying up traffic and losing that lane of traffic going southbound on South Main.
It's a delicate dance in the downtown construction envelope. I think it's probably a 2-season build any way you cut it. And there will be some construction and traffic impacts. We'll work with city staff to minimize the disruptions, but you have to have space to swing cranes and build things, and we'll all understand that it's worth it.
Do you anticipate sidewalk interruption in front of those buildings?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can't safely walk past something that's coming down.
Without a hard hat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the sidewalk in front of Phoenix Hall itself will remain open, but the sidewalk in front of the new Phoenix block where the old CVS and Hilltopkin Simon are, that sidewalk will be shut down for most of the construction period.
And I would anticipate we're going to lose the parking in front of all of them.
It'll be impacted, whether it's the entire period or not, I think we don't know yet, but yeah, there'll be an impact for sure.
Thank you.
There are 10 spaces in front of the Phoenix block, 10 parking spaces.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Jeff?
I know you said you're still working on the lighting. Ari, you might have heard this several times. I don't know if you've been or heard any of the board meetings. I'm a big proponent of our regulations say to limit uplighting. And yet I see on all these wonderful night views, uplighting, uplighting, uplighting. Please take that regulation into consideration when you start developing the lighting. And I know, as we've heard before, oh, well, this building downtown has it, and this building, that's not going to fly for me. What's happened in the past is the past, however that got through previous boards. This is a big enough project, it's going to have a big enough impact in the downtown. We need to kind of consider that, please.
Fair enough.
Consider it, but again.
You liked it?
Aesthetically, I liked it, yeah.
Understood. We'll try to walk that
Sorry,
line
Jeff.
without losing any votes.
Yeah, we're going to walk that fine line. Other questions, concerns? Councilor Todd.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Could you just inform us of what the tenancy plans are for the infill building?
I don't know there are tenant spaces in the
In the
infill.
Well, the ground floor will be retail, and the upper floors will be apartments.
No, in the in the connector building.
You talking about the northern end or the connector?
I'm sorry, Brent, which are you?
infill?
I'm talking about the, right there, yes, that's
Oh,
right.
that's.
Very northern, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, that would be retail on the first floor and apartments on the upper floors.
Okay.
Second floor may be office space, because right now, the second floor of the Phoenix block is office space. So whether the second floor may be office space or 3 floors of apartments.
That building looks separate, but it really is a continuation of the program of the building to the right of it. So the retail, the office, apartment.
Yeah, that infill building will tie into the main building. It's
Could
got
walk from one
it's
to
got
the
a
other.
different appearance facade-wise, but it will connect on the interior.
Now you can show us the floor plan.
Yeah, so you didn't want to see the floor plan.
Should have gone with my gut.
Clearly, I wasn't needed anyway,
Clearly,
but that's okay.
clearly.
Thank you. This recessed portion, it's one contiguous building. We're just articulating the facade differently to facilitate that breakup and just create a little more dynamic facade on Main Street.
Right, and just follow up.
Yes, sir.
And you could just, I know you touched on this, but you could explain the reason for that is because?
In this particular case, it was because of, we can't create a building that adds structural snow load to our neighbor without needing to re-engineer, restructure their building. So it was more prudent just to hold our new building back at their roof line. So we're capturing all the snow load and dealing with the structure on a new building.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions from the board? I did have a question on height. So I know there's lots of conversations about height, lots of conversations about seeing the dome from the highway. And I did notice on the southern end of the new building that there's a screened area for the elevator, but then the entire screen goes all the way around the back of the building, but there's nothing else up there. Is that right, or am I just looking simplistically at it?
Yeah, that's the parapet for mechanicals, am I correct?
Correct.
We did have a chat with the Architectural Design Review Group about trying to mute some of those colors.
Yeah.
And what you're seeing now is the version that was created before that meeting.
Right, so you'll have mechanicals up there, they're just not shown on this drawing.
That's right.
You'll
That's
have-
correct.
You'll have compressors and all that.
We have the need to
Perfect.
conceal those
Okay, no,
things, and
that's
it's a
fine. Yeah,
parapet roof.
I absolutely, I agree with that. All I saw when it floated around was just the bump out for the elevator, and I wasn't sure if it was just or aesthetically, or if it was serving a purpose, and it's serving a purpose. So.
We like to show the sterilized version.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Yeah, it's not a problem, okay.
We didn't put any art on this wall.
Although we do know there's going to be a big rooftop unit here and a building generator.
Dina, this begs a question. You got to ask it. Pull up to that microphone and ask the question. Solar, any options for solar?
We haven't considered it at this point.
Yeah, it adds height as well, so.
But I appreciate the question.
I appreciate Dina's question, so. Okay, any other questions from the board before we open up public testimony? No, so we'll send you guys back. I think we probably got some people that have some public testimony. Who's first? Mr. Rosenberger, come on. How are you, sir?
Doing very well, thank you, and thank you all for your service late at night. Good to see you all. Happy holidays. So my name is Jim Rosenberg, and I'm a member of the Store Street LLC. The Store Street LLC owns the building at 107 Store Street that houses Shaheen & Gordon Law Firm, which I'm also a partner of. And I hope, therefore, my perspective on this project is helpful because we're literally going to be in the shadow of this building. And one of the design elements that I saw tonight and really, really like is that pedestrian pass-through. I think it provides a safe harbor for our employees to get, importantly, from our back door to Main Street. And the other thing I liked that I saw tonight was how important it was to Mark to beautify that Store Street or the Low Ave Alley. That has always been, in my view, listening to you all critical and important thing to think about as downtown is redeveloped. It was something that my firm took seriously when we redid the facade of our back door to try to be at the forefront of that priority, and I love seeing that today. But I trust very much the plan for this project because it's going to be in keeping with our shared values downtown, and I trust it because I trust Mark and his history and his vision for downtown and its culture there. That vision, as you may recall, came to life when we all debated the Main Street redevelopment. Mark drafted a memo that you might recall at that point that the city, I felt like, turned to time and again to think about things as a guiding kind of document when it came to parking and business and things of that sort. So Mark's vision has come to life again to remake Phoenix Hall and the building next door, importantly, the old CVS. And there's a number of reasons why I think that this project is critical to a vibrant downtown. One, it's the history of it. 2 presidents have spoken there. Mark got married there. And too few of our fellow Concordians have put eyes on that great hall, I fear. And this project is going to renew, revitalize, and reinvite all of our citizens to it. But also, the building next door, though I know Mark owns it, is blighted. It's terribly ugly. It's way underused presently, and it's in a spot that ought to anchor Main Street north of Pleasant, and it's not presently in keeping with its very handsome neighbors. And that brings me to my next point. I was fortunate enough to be born in this community and grew up here and have seen the ups and downs on Main Street, and forever and a day we together wanted for much more meaningful development on Main Street south of Pleasant Street. And finally, in recent years, we've gotten it. It's pretty stunning, frankly, what's grown up there. And now what's happened is we want for balance and symmetry north of Pleasant on Main Street. And I think that that's the area that badly needs a facelift. And what we all saw tonight really represents the anchor of that next step and that facelift. And as for the height issue, which is an important one and has historically been an important one, the notion that you've got to see the dome from every split second on 93, well, we all know, like it or not, that there's been new buildings on Main Street that briefly offend that sight line too, that one wrong could make a right, but we also know that the state and the Department of Transportation have over and over again tried to introduce to the city and its residents the idea of rebuilding 93 through Concord. And in my lifetime, that's happened before, and the elevation of 93 is raised, or the elevation of 93 is lowered, and as it does necessarily, they're going to either obscure the view of vehicular traffic of our Main Street, of our dome, or they're going to enhance it. We don't know, frankly, because every time I hear them listen to the 93 project, it changes sometimes markedly. But this is an ambitious project. It is an expensive project. And that rooftop restaurant is critical, I understand, to the vitality and vibrancy of it. I don't think without it, it's going to be a effective project in terms of its cash flow. But the irony is this, and I'd ask you to consider this before I say goodnight. The outdoor roof venue is going to provide a new perspective on Main Street for all of us who visit it. It's going to supply a new view of our Capitol Dome for all that go there. So what you might lose for a split second for a passerby on 93, you gain in spades when we all get to see a new perspective of our beautiful Main Street. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your consideration. I hope very much you support Mark's project.
Just one question for you. As an abutter, any concerns with the discontinuation of Phoenix Ave as Phoenix Ave as a street right-of-way, public right-of-way?
Not in the way it's configured, because it looks like right now you can't get up Phoenix Ave in a car anyway. As the Main Street was rebuilt, it closed off to build, I always call it like the Spanish Steps of Concord, that spot to hang out in front of Bagel Works.
Yep.
It closed it off anyway, and it is occasionally a bummer that happened, because we can get pinched with ingress and egress at one of the 2 exits, but it's happened. Now it really is only a pedestrian-only way.
And that's what I meant, no concerns?
No, in fact, I'm excited about it for this reason. We've had some rough weather early on in this season. It is hard to clear that. Sure. It is steep and slippery. Yeah. I am dexterous and deft, but still struggled to get my coffee at Bagel Works in the morning. And what I see here, I think, is going to make a much safer way for us to walk, and we're looking forward to that.
Great. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you all.
I saw this gentleman as well. Come on up. Come on up. You can kick him right out of there. Thank you for your testimony.
He's just one of my neighbors.
Yeah, there you go.
My name is Joe Conway. This is my wife Theodora. We are the abutters to the north. When you ask about that small building in between, we have been working with Mark for a good 2.5 years. We're excited about his project, but with that excitement came concerns because of the height. And the concerns weren't really about the project. It was about the engineering and the structural impact that such a project could have on an 1860 building in rooftop construction that wasn't structurally built to handle additional snow load from an 8-story building next to you. So we have been in numerous discussions. We've worked through a lot of issues, and that's why you see that insert building, so that that can come up to our rooftop, step back the building to accommodate for that additional snow load, so that the majority of that snow load stays with Mark's building, just the peripheral drifts over to ours, so it keeps the structural integrity of our roof in place. You know, we've worked hard on this. My engineers, T.F. Moran, have actually worked with Mark's engineers to work through this. We've actually worked with both engineering groups on the structural design to maintain the structural integrity of that common wall. Because when the old hotel comes down, you have a common wall that's shared, and that needs to be maintained structurally. And we finally came to a plan that we've both agreed upon, engineers agreed upon, and everything works well.
Right.
Mark's plan for this, I think, is wonderful for the city. I think it's wonderful for Low Ave. Maybe some of the less than desirable traffic will change when this is all done, which will be a blessing to all of us. But the restoration of Phoenix Hall, the reuse of that, and what he has proposed is definitely a win for the city. You know, this is a project that I know Mark has been working on for almost 20 years. And finally, it's coming to fruition. It's an expensive project. It's going to put a lot of stress on Mark, his design team, his construction team. But in the end, if it all comes together, it's going to be a win-win for the city. And I'm looking forward to it happening.
Great.
So we just want to lend our support.
Perfect. Thank you for your testimony. Any
You
questions?
want me to sign in?
Yes, please.
Yeah, please. Who's next?
Up to grease these,
Yeah.
you got a little WD-40?
Yeah. Thank you again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if you want to queue up and sit at the table there, sign in, and next person up, we'll grab you. Welcome to the table. If you could
Yes,
state your name
thank
for the
you.
record.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Name is Ron Rayner, retired engineer. I have been following this project for certainly not as long as the applicant, maybe past 4 or 5 years. I've been totally in support. I think it is a great addition to North Main Street, to the city of Concord. I agree with many comments stated previously. It's going to be an anchor. It's a very positive thing. I also appreciate the fact, as a side, God bless the recording secretary, whoever she may be, I don't know how you're going to do all this, but if you get all this tonight, you're good. But I also appreciate the fact that this is more of a public meeting than an official public hearing, emphasis. I noticed that, yes, on all three, C, D, and E, that they were approved, the applications were considered complete But in my review of the staff report, there were a number of things that planning had mentioned. We need to address this further, tweak this. Engineering had some concerns. So the formal hearing being deferred continued to the 18th of February and also concurred with by the applicant. I commend all parties.
Great.
So I have 3 items that I really want to address. It would be best, I think, if I could address one, have the applicant respond.
Yes, it'll take too much time.
I'm trying to do dialogue.
Yeah, I'm okay with hit us with 3 of them. They'll make a note
Because
and
of
come
the
back.
time?
Yeah, I just want to move it along.
Okay. The E&P building. Hello. Yes, the E&P building, I'm aware it's in the National Register Historic District, but it's not on the National Historic Register itself. I have gone back and read some prior correspondence, literature. I'm aware that there was a fire. I'm aware it was severely damaged. I'm aware that there was a review by the Heritage Commission that approved the demolition of the building, and it was also approved by ADR. So my question really on the E&P building, what led to the decision to demolish and build anew versus that cost versus restoration and preservation? Was it made by the applicant going through with various contractors, or did he hire an engineering firm doing structural analysis that said it's not going to make it? That's item 1.
Yep.
Item 2 is parking. I'm well aware that Central Business Performance District, it is not mandated that each unit have a certain number of parking spaces, and I don't expect the applicant to fix all of this, but parking is atrocious in downtown Concord. I don't think anyone here at the table would disagree with that. As we try to develop and add more units, residential units, it's just going to make it worse. He has indicated that I read in the reports that there'll be parking underneath one of the buildings. I believe it's under the new E&P building, but there's no number listed. So with 36 units, throw out a number, there's going to be 48 to 50 cars. There's no number as to number of spaces underneath. I like the idea of retail space on Low Avenue, but that could also serve to house additional vehicles. So was any consideration given to capacity, looking at capacity of adjacent garages? Where are all these cars going to go?
Okay.
Shame on the city for not, I know their ordinance doesn't mandate it, but in the absence of that, I would suggest that you and the applicant consider a payment in lieu of for the number of spaces. It's been done before, and in fact, there is an applicant following Mark this evening, Concord Coach, who will do just that, a payment in lieu of. So that's parking. The third is a quick question on the interconnection between the Phoenix Block and Phoenix Hall. It's referred to as an open-air lobby. Will it truly be open underneath that glass enclosure, air just go, or will it be doorways? Will it be glass enclosure? You mentioned about the birds, but that's for the upper.
Yep.
I don't know if open-air lobby is truly meant it's going to be wide open space, air flowing freely, or is there a glass front?
Okay.
That's it.
Good. Thank you very much for your
Questions
testimony.
for me?
I think we're good. Well, yeah, Jeff.
Just for a point of reference, the architectural plans, level 0 actually shows 20 parking spaces on the floor plan in that lower level.
Well,
Just to kind of
it must be recent, because similar minds do think alike. I printed this a couple of weeks ago, trying to get, up to date on it, but I didn't see any number.
On the floor plan
Floor
itself, that they were, the floor plans that we kind of skipped tonight.
Okay.
Level 0 that's in the packet.
Said
if you go
20
online,
spaces.
20 spaces.
Okay.
Is what's shown.
So,
I just want to be able to give you that.
I
that they did
appreciate
end up
that.
showing
No,
it.
if my guess is about right, 48, so we still got a shortage of 28 vehicles.
Okay.
Quite a few.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Haven't seen you in a while.
Different role here.
Yeah.
I'll be brief. My name is John Shorley, and I've redeveloped a number of properties in downtown Concord, and I am quite vested in its future. I am a huge fan of downtown Concord. I think it is an absolute gem, and I think when you think of the list of people to thank for that, Mark is very high up at that list, if not at the top. I've known him for a number of years, and I know that he owns a number of buildings in downtown, but I really think of him as, and I think he thinks of himself as a steward of those buildings, and not just those buildings, but really the downtown. I always think, I don't think Mark would ever do anything, even if it were in his extreme financial interest, if he didn't think it was good for the downtown. And I think in many ways, I think of Mark as sort of the good angel on the shoulder of all his fellow developers, reminding us to kind of keep that beacon in mind. And I think those instincts are on full display with this project. I've followed this long saga of trying to bring this to a reality, to unlock this history and promise of Phoenix Hall, and this is a grand, ambitious, lot of dollar signs project. I mean, it's, as a developer, it's daunting. Yeah. And I've thought about the scale of it sometimes, and I think that the scope and the scale is the point. Like, I've been involved in the development of some big downtown buildings in Concord, but I don't think any of us have ever really tried to do something that's monumental. Yeah. And I think this is that attempt. I applaud Mark for the ambition of setting such a high bar for himself. I mean, nothing would make me happier than to see this project happen, and I hope that this board will support it in any way that it can. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Shirley. More questions? No? Thank you.
Hi, I'm
Hi
Sue
there.
McCoo, and longtime resident, and I own 4 businesses downtown. I'm at Hilltop Consignment, which is 56 North Main Street, one of the buildings that's gonna go. It's a great project. And one answer is that I don't want to be in that building if they take the CVS building down.
Mm-hmm.
The building is no longer, I mean, it's an old building, and it's just not up to current code. There's one wall that's 100 feet long with not one electric plug in it. So there's, and again, and the second and third floors, as people may know, are not in great shape because, again, it was damaged in, the 1950s. But it is a great project. I was on the Complete Streets committee, and
Seems like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
oh my God, yes. But so much has happened, and I didn't think downtown looked that shabby, but as soon as it was done, you were like, oh my God, it really was that shabby. And the old CVS building is
Shabby.
okay. And even though I personally, project is not good for me, but this is not about me. This is about downtown. And I have to agree with John. Mark really wants to do this, and he really will take care of the rest of that hole in the middle of Main Street that's the old CVS building.
Yep.
And I know people really don't want to see the building Hilltop is in now come down, because the facade looks really cool, but to redo the rest of it, again, you don't want to take down old buildings, but no offense, Mark is an old frugal Yankee. If he can pull something out of there and reuse it, he will. So I am in complete agreement with this project.
Great. Okay,
that's it.
thank you very much
Yeah.
for your testimony. Questions?
Thanks.
Thank you. Who's next? Mr. Schwenker? Welcome back.
I'm only going to speak on one item here.
Okay.
I'd like to remind you that both times Keno has come up for a vote in the city. It's been voted down. And there are many people in the city who are very upset that the planning board approved the casino on Loudon Road, which fortunately has never been built. So I think people do not want Concord to be Las Vegas. So I think we should, in the new master plan, forbid all uplighting and facade lighting of buildings. Original Phoenix Hall did not have facade lighting and uplighting. The new Phoenix Hall doesn't need it. The new building doesn't need it. And maybe when all the lights on the Hotel Concord burn out, we should tell them not to replace them. But that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Always right on point, Mr. Schweiker. Thank you. Any other questions, concerns, comments? No? You guys come by, if you want, come on back up. And then we'll wrap things up. So we did hear a little bit, Mr. Rainier had questions regarding the parking, and I'm not going to get into that because I know, I don't think Concord parking's atrocious. I don't ever seem to have a problem getting a parking spot downtown. I know that people do, but I can find a parking spot usually pretty easily. 20 parking spots underneath is sufficient. Even you don't have to do any. So I think that works.
Chair, I also recently purchased 6 North State Street about 2 years ago, and that's a surface lot with 18 spaces,
Right.
about a block away.
Yeah.
I have an additional 18 spaces there, 20 under the building. I have my surface lot where the old Chuck's Barber Shop is, 90 Low Ave, a restaurant there, I have a surface lot there, and then the ability to negotiate spaces in the garage as well.
So you'll find some spaces.
So there's,
Okay.
parking is well taken care of.
There was a question on the flyover. It's open air underneath and
No
glass.
doors.
And glass in between, right? Yeah.
No glass
No
door.
glass, no
Open-
doors.
Open down below,
Yeah,
correct.
yeah, at street level, it's open all the way.
Oh, and then glass up above, second
Glass up
floor,
above,
yeah.
no doors.
And then the other question was the EMP restoration, and again, private property, if you decide that it's not restorable. I think we talked about this a couple of years ago when you were in, when we were talking about how it's been sitting vacant for years and years and years, and it's just not something you could, so it obviously was looked at if you could, and Sue put it nicely, you're a frugal Yankee, if you could restore that building and get what you need out of it, you probably would have done it, right?
Yeah, we looked at it in numerous different ways with Jason. The upper floors are 60 by 40. The lot line is 100 feet deep, so we wanted to get the extra depth. We wanted to go extra floors. The existing building certainly wouldn't accept extra floors. And above the third floors right now, there's an extensive spans of brick on the existing building. The fourth floor, if you carried the fourth floor of the new building across there, you'd have to punch holes in that facade. You know, there was just many, many reasons why it didn't work.
Okay. Any other questions that came from the testimony or comments, concerns?
The only follow-up I'll give in terms of the E&P hotel piece, Mark was in front of the Heritage Commission back in late 2023 regarding potential for an RSA 79E application for this particular project. Part of that consideration, because he's proposing to tear down a building that's eligible for inclusion in the historic district, is the decision from the Heritage Commission, which did approve that. So he has the ability to now move forward with the city council.
With the 79E.
79E
Yep.
application.
And it was approved unanimously by the Heritage Commission.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing? We okay closing the public hearing?
It'd be basically recessing the public hearing until
Recessing the public hearing till date certain of February 18th.
And we need 3 motions, 1 for each of the items to do so.
Anything else? Did I miss anything?
Thank you.
You need 3 motions?
Yep, so we start with 9C.
To table?
To continue to date certain of February 18th,
All right, someone like to make a motion to continue item 9C to a date certain of February 18th?
Yes.
2026.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and roundly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries.
Same motion for 9D.
9D to table? No,
Yeah,
table. Continue. Continue the item until a date certain of the February 18th meeting. Would someone like to make that motion?
Second.
And a second. All those in favor? Opposed? And item 9E to continue to date certain of the February 18th planning board meeting. Would someone like to make that motion? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are good. So we will see you back here in a couple of months.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
The rest of the stuff was canceled, right? The menus?
No.
Chris is shaking his head.
We
No,
really
I'm
need
not
to do
even-
this
I
next
don't even
one.
need to wait to ask him to come up. He's like, it's 10:14. I want to go. All right, let's read
Item
item
9F
9F.
is Nobis Group on behalf of HP Hood LLC requesting approval for a major site plan
I'm
application.
recusing
I got
myself.
you, yeah. Just for the record, Teresa Rosenberg is recusing herself. I'm going to say that we
Do I have to
got
say why?
we got a quorum, so if you don't want to stay for the last item on the agenda, you do not have to.
Boy, would that
Last
make
item.
my
You
day.
guys have to stay while you're, 3 items. though.
No, I'm
Yeah,
going
she's
to.
fine. She
I
wanted to
am
leave. She told me
recusing.
she wanted to leave.
No problem.
I am recusing myself because HB Hood's a client.
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah.
That is
Continuing where I was, and certain waivers from the site plan regulations for the construction of a new 4,800 square foot wastewater pretreatment building, installation of multiple process tanks, and other associated site improvements at tax map 491Z, lot 26, addressed as 330 North State Street in the industrial, open space residential, and neighborhood residential districts.
All right, let's get a quick staff update on this one if we could.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this project is requesting major site plan approval, architectural design review to improve the HP Hood facility's wastewater quality through the installation of an industrial pretreatment facility. This facility is necessary due to the General Service Department's action against HP Hood, requiring HP Hood to reduce their biological oxygen demand in their wastewater, which impacts our city's wastewater treatment facility functionality. This particular project will include a 4,800 square foot wastewater pretreatment building located on the southeast portion of the site, installation of the process tanks, including a 125,000 gallon equalization tank, 100,000 gallon recirculation tank, and a 14,000 gallon moving bed biofilm reactor, an MBBR, and a 12,000 gallon sludge holding tank. Staff is recommending the application be determined as complete by granting waivers to section 6032C and 11.05 so that we can have the public hearing here tonight. Again, because we need to move this forward because of the pretreatment needed with the wastewater. We also recommend conditional approval of the site plan and ADR per the conditions in the staff report. And much like I said earlier, there is a slew of waivers that we believe the applicant can withdraw because they are not necessary based on a review of the application.
Perfect. So staff has found the application complete and not a development of regional impact. So we need a motion and a second to grant waivers to section 6032C and 1105 to determine the application complete, open the public hearing in the same meeting. Just for the record, the city has received comments from New Hampshire Central.
That's a bad copy paste there. We don't have that in this. I
So,
apologize for that.
Okay, problem on that. So would someone like to make a motion to find the application complete and open the public hearing and grant the waivers?
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. We got a staff update, so we'll open the public hearing and welcome to the table. If you could state your names for the record.
Evening, everyone. I'm Chris Nato from Nobis Group.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Patrick Mason. I'm with HP Hood.
All right, well, tell us a little bit about this project, Chris.
Yeah, so quite simply, we're proposing to build a 4,800 square foot wastewater pretreatment plant on the Hood site, which is at 330 North State Street. The plant will be located in the back right corner of the property, which is just a undeveloped area that's quite a bit lower than the rest of the plant. Let's see. Here's the site plan. So again, it's a 4,800 square foot building, 4 tanks for the wastewater treatment process, and then just a maneuvering area for the trucks to get in and out. Loading area, 3 parking spaces for any employees that will work in the plant itself. We did go to architectural design review. Their only comment was the color of the building, so they asked us to darken it up. It was kind of bright white before, so we've changed that to a darker gray color. The tanks will all match that color, dark gray, so they'll all blend in. And that's really it. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. There are a few staff comments specific to screening that we'd like to talk about after we answer any questions. Also, comment about connection to public sidewalk that we'd like to talk about, but I figured we'd just open it up for questions first. And
Great. Well, I had two questions from a private citizen that's a neighbor in the area that didn't want to speak. They asked about any pretreatment that's being done now. Is there any pretreatment on the site that's currently being done in any capacity?
Patrick, you're going to have to ask.
Yes, I can answer that. Technically, yes, we currently equalize and we neutralize the pH before we discharge it to the city's collection system.
Okay.
But this will be
Significantly
this will be more.
So the big question was, is it going to smell? That was what the question. That was what she really wanted to know.
Yes, we've certainly considered that as well. So first and foremost, all the tanks are covered. The pretreatment equipment is housed inside of the building, and it is an aerobic process. So we're not generating biogas or anything like that. It tends to have an earthy odor. If you were to, try to classify that, so.
She asked me if it was going to smell like sour milk, so I got to ask the question. And
Yeah, no, I mean, it's an honest concern.
Absolutely.
But from start to finish in the pretreatment process, it's under aeration conditions. So we do not hold the product any longer than we have to get it through the process to avoid that odor concern.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Those were two. Yes.
To kind of add to that, I've worked in communities in the past that are major BOD generators. Breweries are a major BOD generator, and so are yogurt factories. I worked in Londonderry. Stonyfield Yogurt has a significant pretreatment facility. They've had it for years. I think his depiction of what the odors are is very accurate. It's not a significant generator of odor, nor was the pretreatment facility done at Anheuser-Busch and Merrimack during my time there. So I think it's an important component to getting to where we need to be with the BOD and the wastewater from the city's perspective.
Just for the record, since you mentioned it, BOD.
BOD, biological oxygen demand.
Right, and that's, we're getting pushed from the wastewater treatment facility for being over the limit.
Correct.
It's the organic strength of the wastewater.
Okay, so let's hit the issues you've got on, and I'll hit questions in a minute, but let's hit the issues you had on the waiver requests and staff comments regarding screening and sidewalk connection.
Yeah, so the first, we'll start with sidewalk connection. I mean, this is an industrial site. Just open up the overview plan.
It's in the back, isn't it?
Yes, it's not visible.
Yeah, it's in the back right-hand corner. There's maybe 3 employees in the plant itself working to build a sidewalk from that plant all the way to the public sidewalk through all these trailers and truck traffic and everything. Just doesn't make sense.
Okay.
And then as far as screening, again, we addressed architectural design review comments and changed the color of the building to darken it to try to hide it a bit. That's not the photos I wanted, sorry. Just looking at the front of the plant, why aren't we gonna, hold on a second, sorry. It's not gonna let me open the pictures.
Paint.
Go into paint.
Up top.
Yeah?
Oh, Rich, you're right.
How about that?
Might be a restriction.
I've got some other photos here. So, probably this bottom one here, that's looking in the main driveway of the plant. If you, I don't know if you can see that or not, but you can see the trailers and everything are parked in front. You're just not going to see the building out back.
Okay.
So, just asking that the planning board take advantage of their ability to reduce the screening requirements.
So you've got just as many waivers as I've ever seen on an application before. So I think there's 2 full pages.
9.3, assuming the applicant is comfortable with it, can be withdrawn because they are not necessary based on the review made by us.
Yes, and we are comfortable with that, withdrawing
So we
that.
can get rid of 9.3A through double H.
9.3A through double H. Holy cow.
It was better safe than sorry to ask for them, given the speed in which we wanted this project to move.
Okay, we'll make a note of that for when we get to that point.
The right now, if I'm reading the report correctly, and I'll defer to Alec regarding the sidewalk question, the waiver that we're recommending granting of the waivers in 9.2, and the only waiver we were recommending denial on was the screening of the mechanical ink.
Okay, so let's talk about the screening. Questions, comments on screening. Again, we go back to the same type of a situation we had with Unitil, and this may be even different in the sense that it's truly more of an industrial space in front of it. You're going to have tractors, you're going to have storage, you're going to have all kinds of mechanical up in front. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, but everything's contained in a building or a tank. We're not talking any open storage, the things we were talking about screening for the other facility.
Yeah, good point.
I mean, I'm comfortable knowing the site, knowing where the trailers, and I don't think I've ever seen that lot devoid of some amount of trailers. It's not like all of a sudden we're gonna drive by it someday and no trailers in there, suddenly the plant's gonna be visible. I don't know that in my entire life, and I've lived here my entire life. I've ever seen that plant without 3/4 of those trailers there. I mean, if you could get them all to disappear because you're that busy, I'm sure you would love it, but it just doesn't work,
So is that in support of the waiver?
Yes, 100%.
To not put the screening in? Any other comments or questions regarding that? We'll come back to it. So I'm going to recommend probably that we include that in our approvals and recognize that as a waiver. Okay. So we did a public hearing. We have a public hearing component, so we'll ask for anybody that wants to weigh in on this.
How about the sidewalk waiver, is that?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'll come back to that. Nobody on the public side? Okay. So the sidewalk piece as well, you have?
Yeah, defer to Alec for comment on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll come back to you, Jeff.
So I think that this might have been a requirement due to, of our regulations to connect buildings to sidewalks.
Close to the realistic.
And I don't think it was part of the requested waivers.
Yeah.
So it certainly could be something that in the public hearing, the board discusses and grants, not to require connection to this building.
Okay.
That's exactly where I was going.
Okay, good.
That's exactly, and I'm always the one that says
I was just
sidewalk,
gonna say, I
sidewalk,
can't
sidewalk.
believe,
and
mark this date down.
Particular case.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, does it? Right, through that parking lot in particular.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, this is a controlled area. There's a fence with a gate and everything else. It's not meant to be
Okay, so that
public
hits,
pedestrian
that
area.
hits all your topics,
does,
right?
yeah,
Okay,
thanks.
all right, so with that, I think we'll close the public hearing and move on to decisions. Am I good, Alec?
Yep, I'll have some verbiage for
perfect.
waivers
Give me-
as well as adding one precedent condition just to require any required state and federal permits.
Perfect, okay, so again, using 9.1 here is to findings of fact, the testimony that we heard here tonight, the information that's in your packets and the staff comments and questions regarding it. That's what we'll use as our findings of fact to handle 9.2, grant the waiver requests below, and those are outlined, help me out here, Tim.
A through H.
A through H.
And we're going to add item 9.4A.
9.4A, so these are waiver requests. 9.4A will be, oh no.
That would be added to the waivers to be granted, which is the screening.
Which is the screening.
If you want, I could just read
Yeah.
what I have. There's a few other
Hit us,
compliance
Alec.
components.
Yep.
So you read A through H. We would also want to add I, which is sections 2005, screening of loading areas, and 2605 of residential uses or mixed uses do not require screening. We would add J, section 2103, connection to public sidewalks, to not provide a public sidewalk connection to the proposed building, and section 2602, mechanical equipment, to not require screening of mechanical equipment.
So it'll be 9.2A through J.
Yes.
All right.
I'll make the motion.
Someone like to make a motion to grant that waiver as outlined? We got a motion?
Second.
We got a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 9.3, the applicant should withdraw.
Those are all withdrawn, so as
Are all
well.
withdrawn under 9.3 and 9.4.
We already did.
It was already been done, right?
Yes.
Okay, so 9.5 is to grant architectural design review approval for the construction of a wastewater pretreatment building, installation of multiple process tanks and other associated improvements to tax map 491Z, lot 26, addressed as 330 North State Street. Would someone like to make a motion to grant grant architectural design review as outlined.
So moved, with the darker color, right?
With the darker color,
May
yeah.
I
Yes, sir.
recommend adding another condition
Yep.
that we had missed here is the prior to final approval, the accompanying major site plan application shall receive final approval, and the architectural design approval shall share the same final approval date for the purposes of establishing the date of decision by the planning board.
Okay.
Just to get those.
Under 9.5?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
That does
Yep.
change your motion?
Nope.
Okay, motion?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Yes, Dina?
Just a quick question. In terms of it, it's a water treatment plant. Is there any, I'm assuming there's no clean energy being used. He didn't propose any, but I'm assuming there isn't.
I don't know. There's none on there now.
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. And 9.6 is to grant major site plan approval for the construction of a wastewater pretreatment building and installation of multiple process tanks and other associated improvements. And that is with precedent conditions 1A through D.
With the addition of the state and federal permits.
Sections 13016, 13028, 15012, 16012. The applicant shall provide final permit approval for all required state and federal agencies.
Okay, and then does that bring us to 2 through 5? And subsequent conditions 1 through 17. Would someone like to make a motion to grant major site plan approval as outlined?
So moved.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. You got to get in the record somehow. Thank you, guys. You're
guess
good to
so.
go.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your patience.
Thanks for waiting all night.
Okay, let's move on. The last item on the agenda, almost.
Last
public
site
hearing.
plan,
Yep.
yes. This is item 9F, it's Gallagher, Callahan, and Gantrell, PC, on behalf of the
9G.
city of Concord.
9G.
9G, sorry, I didn't fix that in my time. On behalf of the city of Concord and Concord Coach Lines, Inc., request major site plan approval, conditional use permit application to pay a fee in lieu of installing required trees, and waivers from the site plan regulations for the construction of a temporary parking lot to support the state's adjacent bus terminal at tax map 641Z Lot 92, an unaddressed parcel on Store Street in the Opportunity Corridor Performance District.
All right, let's get a staff update on this if we could.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This project is proposing a temporary parking lot on the city-owned property that would be leased to Concord Coach Lines for use as an overflow parking area to support the busing and transportation services operated by Concord Coach Lines, Manchester Transit, and Greyhound at the Transportation Center at 30 Stickney Avenue. Concord Coach Lines approached the city with a request to lease this property for this parking use, and a lease agreement with CCL is nearing completion, which would allow the temporary use of the city's property for a period of time until the city is prepared to proceed with the improvements associated with the Store Street North project in CIP 18. As part of the lease agreement, Concord Coach Lines would be fully responsible for the cost of the temporary parking improvements contemplated by the application, responsible for lease payments to the city, and also for the payment of property taxes for the use during the lease term. And lastly, they would also be responsible for the removal of improvements upon the initiation of the Store Street North project. Staff is recommending that the application be determined complete, that the waivers be granted to 6032C and 1105 to allow the public hearing to take place the same evening. And then we further recommend approval of the conditional use permit and the major site plan per the recommendations in the memo.
All right, so staff has determined the application complete, not a development of regional impact. So we'll need to grant the waivers to section 6032C and 1105 to have the meeting and the determination of completeness in one meeting and open the public hearing. Would someone like to make a motion to grant those waivers and open the public hearing? Find the application complete and open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Our eyes are getting a little sleepy.
No.
All right, public hearing is open. Welcome to the table. If you could state your names for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. The hour is late, the energy is low, but I am still Ari Pollack of Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell. I'm here
With
at
a
this
sense of
moment
humor.
for Concord Coach Lines, and with me to my right is Ben Blunt, the president of Concord Coach Lines, and to my left is Tom Magyar, an engineer at VHB. This project falls under the heading of somebody needs to do something.
Amen.
And as you likely all know, Concord Coach is the local operator of coach bus service in and around New Hampshire. Their buses are registered here in Concord. What does that mean? It means they go to sleep at night here in Concord. Their registration fees are paid here in Concord, and they service the Concord area from the state's terminal that is located on Stickney Avenue, where they are an operator. You likely also know that the state's parking areas for this bus terminal are very often congested. Sometimes they are downright packed, and during peak vacation and holiday periods, we're about to have one, they can turn from their normally busy condition to a contact sport. And so to address this congestion, Concord Coach has started conversations with the state, DOT, and the city on various levels, on various ways to add parking and capacity and to make the less than safe more safe. One of these ideas is before you tonight. It just so happens that the city owns a parcel of land that is essentially wedged between what is the new Brady Sullivan residential apartment complex, the old highway DOT shed, the U-Haul facility, and across the way toward the tracks, the Concord Center. It's kind of a no man's land today, but it's actually perfect for some parking. And so we've worked with city senior staff to arrange a lease of this parcel, and the leased area would be improved with the site plan improvements that are pending before you tonight. The city has offered Concord Coach a 10-year lease. That's the good news. The bad news is they've reserved the right to throw us out after 5 years if DOT actually makes good on its highway project and really builds something. We don't know when that's going to happen. You don't know when that's going to happen. 10 years seems like it's good enough. 5 years seems like it's really short. And because of that, we've tried to really value engineer these things. Mr. Santa Cruz will say, but I want it all. And this might be one of those occasions where you just can't have it all because it just doesn't justify the level of investment that we're asking the applicant, who, by the way, doesn't own the terminal, doesn't own the state's parking lot, and doesn't own the city's land, is willing to put forward as a global solution to help us all. The term is short, the length is uncertain. For these reasons, we've asked for a series of waivers to mitigate costs. You guessed it, we don't want to do any curbing, we don't want to show a landscaping plan, and we want to modify our stormwater design. And we have also asked for a conditional use permit that would allow us to make a payment into the tree fund, which I have not used before, and frankly, before this project did not know existed. But basically what it says is, instead of planting a tree, you can pay money into a fund and the city can plant it somewhere else. That makes all the sense in the world for this project, because putting trees where we could park cars would be completely counterproductive. And if we're going to bulldoze the whole place sometime between 5 and 10 years from now, we would just be killing trees that didn't need to die. The parking area will still be paved, illuminated, fenced. Concord Coach does the maintenance in the state's parking areas today. This area would be treated the same by Concord Coach. Ben is here, of course. He can speak to how things operate generally, but I think we could all vouch for the great job that they do keeping that station open, active, and available. And so, without much more delay, I want to ask Tom to go through a few of the details of the site plan. We'll take your questions, and to be clear, there is a waiver that we asked for in our application relating to stormwater design. The initial indication from staff in its memo was, we don't really like that. We want you to do everything. And again, this is one of those projects where everything is just too expensive. And so we've had some more recent conversations since the memo about asking you all to consider a waiver that lets us work with staff on a lesser design, not an ineffective design, not an inadequate design. Staff will not sign you up for something that doesn't work or creates a bigger problem. But we do need some flexibility on stormwater, and this is our one and only chance to come in and ask for that waiver, or we're stuck with the black letter of the regulation. So we ask for your indulgence on that, and I'm sure you may have questions for staff there as well. In short, it all comes back to cost for what amounts to a short-term fix, and we're trying to solve a problem that really affects all of us. I know the owner. He saves me a spot when I go down there, but the rest of you have to hope.
Absolutely.
Tom.
Awesome, thanks, Ari. So Tom Diaguiar, VHB, civil engineer on the project, engineer of record as well. So just a few details. I know, we've seen the plans and everything, but we're proposing around 230 parking spaces in this new area, with an additional 7 ADA spaces being placed near the bus terminal for, passengers who may need that access. The lot itself is a little oddly shaped, as everybody knows. It's a pseudo crescent pinned between a railway and a bunch of weirdly carved up properties. So really the name of the game was to try to maximize parking here to alleviate the situation on Stickney. We've been, we've reviewed our comment letter from the engineering staff, and I think overall there's a few suggestions that we'll definitely incorporate to help this flow better and maybe meet some city standards a little bit more productively, I would say. But generally, our initial approach was 19-foot long parking spaces, 9 feet wide, city standard, plenty big enough for most vehicles, 24-foot wide drive aisles, good circulation for passenger vehicles. I would say we have a little bit of just homework to do on making sure our emergency vehicle access is up to snuff with what the city staff's expecting. Given there are no structures on this site, it is a little awkward with fire truck turns and stuff and who they're serving, and there's no fire hydrants down in this area, so it's a little interesting for us to run these turns, but we're going to work with staff to make sure we can provide a solution that works for the fire department and the engineering staff. Other notes I just want to touch on, there are a bunch of monitoring wells that are in this area from some old contamination off-site that was looked at 10 years ago or so. In review of the Phase 1 ESA and the Phase 2 ESA, the results concluded that there were no active contaminants that we were worried about or anything like that, but there might be a scenario where you should look into a soil management plan, which might just restrict soils from being brought off-site in the scenario they find any kind of presence of old oil or something like that. So that's something we're looking into and coordinating with engineering on to make sure we're not digging up something that shouldn't be dug up, but that's basically why you see a bunch of these stand pipes standing up throughout the site. So that's where they came from. Other than that, Ari mentioned landscaping. We are requesting a few waivers for perimeter plantings just to save some trees and not kill them at a couple of years into their maturity and their growth cycle. But otherwise, we are meeting our interior landscape island requirements that you typically see on most site plans. We're trying to basically put it's a tricky balance of putting as much parking as we can, but making sure we're putting pervious area to help stormwater management and not add more runoff to the system. And I just want to touch on the stormwater management. The specifics that we're looking for a waiver for were the peak rates of runoff for the 100-year design storm. Obviously, a 100-year design storm says there's a 1% chance this event would happen in a given year. Over a 5 to 10-year lease, it's a mutually exclusive event, so it could theoretically could happen each year. But in reality, we don't see it very often. That's why it's a 100-year design storm. Our system currently is designed to enclose and encapsulate the 100-year storm with no flooding to the parking lot. The reason we're requesting is just the peak rate downstream without upsizing our system with the magnitude of several hundreds of thousands of dollars would essentially grow to be the system essentially grows to be half the size of the parking lot. So it is a pretty enormous system for the 100-year storm for a temporary parking lot. That being said, I think there are some solutions that we can look at to help mitigate that downstream flow, especially on some of the pipes that are flow generally goes from our parking lot towards Stickney Ave, and then based on records I was able to see in GIS maps, and it goes under 93 and crosses there in a fairly not a very large pipe So engineering concerns are, you know, valid, and we don't want to negatively impact the city system. So as already mentioned, we're gonna, ideally, we'd like to work on a partial waiver to continue coordination with city staff and find hopefully a compromise in the middle, where we aren't just putting something in to dig it up in 5 years and then disposing of it, you know, at the tune of a couple $100,000 in difference. So
Great.
I think that covers it, yeah.
Yeah, the one thing I should have mentioned is that the U-Haul property down there has a very odd configuration. It looks like an upside-down panhandle. And the panhandle actually runs between the city's parcel and the state's parking parcel. And as a result of that, you will see a condition of approval recommended by staff that we arrange a license or easement or some land right to cross over a portion of that panhandle to be used as our access point to the city's parcel from the state's parcel. We have approached our neighbor at U-Haul. They are agreeable to renting us those rights, and they are standing by for your approval to finish our transaction.
So one question I had on that, is there an opportunity to move that primary entrance on the panhandle, on the upside-down panhandle, a little farther to the north so it lines up with the direct shot down that aisle? So as you come through the state property, you got that all the way down, and then you've got to jog over and move to the left and then come through. Would they be amenable to moving that over a little bit and resetting the entrance?
Maybe.
Okay.
They've been very challenging to get to the table.
Okay.
And so we were trying to mitigate
Okay.
how much we were asking of them.
So
but-
if there's an opportunity, that would be great. I don't know that presents any engineering challenges to just swap in a couple of spots over to the right-hand side of the plan, but that'd be great if you could line that up. It's certainly a little more easy to see when you're coming in and trying to tell people, you know, from your terminal, how to get there.
The staff's, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
The staff's recommended condition on that issue does ask that we do our best to line that up.
So it's
That
not
is
a
our
condition of
intention.
approval to do it, it's just try to line it up.
It's an issue out of our control, but we understand that it makes all the sense in the world. I don't know why they wouldn't be agreeable, other than
I mean,
what
it just
Ben
takes a
said.
little bit more of the property, but the rent goes up a little bit.
The way I proposed the condition was that if they're unable to accommodate that through
not gonna-
U-Haul, we get rid of written notification.
Yeah, it's not gonna kill the plan. And secondarily, there's probably a pretty good deal on a parking garage down the end of Store Street. If you're looking for a garage opportunity, you probably could pick it up on the cheap. Back to reality, fencing the property, you're gonna fence the property as well, I take it. And I know there was some bump outs on the fencing to accommodate snow storage on each end, is that right?
That's also
So snow
correct.
storage is gonna go to one end and the other end. There's some, I think on the plans, I don't have it in front of me, but on the plans, there was what looked like some curbing or maybe it was just striping that was there, right? That's not,
I think
you're
it's
not
striping.
curbing or putting any berms or anything in
No
there. It's
curbing.
flat space. And how are you gonna get people to park there? I mean, are you gonna sign it? Are you gonna, I mean, what's the?
We're going to say, if you've had enough of circling and looking
Go
for a
park
spot,
out there.
you might take the suggestion we gave you when you pulled in here to take a left and go that way.
All the way down, okay. Okay. Questions? Jeff?
So I have a couple. So there's two properties, so you have to cross the state property to get your access. Is the state gonna grant you an easement?
We currently use.
We operate the state property.
Right.
I understand, but they're still the landowner. You're not the landowner, so if their easement is for access to that lot, it's not access to the city's lot.
That's correct.
So you would need an easement from the state to utilize their property to gain access to the state.
We are already utilizing property from the state that we need to take access from. Well, let me answer it this way. The state is aware of all that we're doing, and they are thrilled that we're doing this.
Okay, what about the abutter? Because there's also an
Which
access
abutter?
easement for the Stickney Ave development project.
They are also aware.
Brady Sullivan.
Right, but again, if their access easement is issued to the state for the use of the current parking lot, that is not access for you to gain access to the city.
We do not need to encumber or trespass over Brady Sullivan's property to.
Looking right at your plan, and that farthest southern access aisle crosses into that easement area.
If it does, it will be revised. We are not on their land.
No, I know, your development is, but to gain access to your site, you have to go across the easement that was granted to the state for use as the park and ride. My question is, that's like if my neighbor wants to use the lot behind him, that doesn't give him the right to go through my property, even if we've had a discussion. You know what I'm saying? The state didn't give an easement to the city to access that property.
I think what you might be talking about is the U-Haul panhandle,
No?
because it extends all the way down that
I
stretch.
see the panhandle, and I see that. I don't know if you, what I'm saying is if your, don't you, to go through the city's, the state's property to get to your property, you don't need an easement.
We need rights from U-Haul.
Right, that's across U-Haul's property. What about across the state's property?
Can you clarify? We don't have any property. It's all the state's property. So when you say your property, just so, yeah.
So let me,
I'll go to the survey.
so go to the site plan, yeah, the site plan's probably the easiest one. Show the one with the parking lot layout, if you would. It's kind of. So right now, currently the city has no access to that property across the state's property or across the developer to the south. You're now proposing to access that property through another piece of property.
Right.
So don't you need rights to go from Stickney Ave through the state's parking lot across U-Haul to get to the city lot?
We already have the right to be.
So the bus terminal, Stickney Ave bifurcates the operating contract with the state. So that parking lot is operated by Concord Coach Lines, maintained by Concord Coach Lines. Forgive me if I'm not
But the
understanding.
property is owned by the state.
It is.
Not, so the city is the landowner of this piece.
That is also
So
true.
what gives you the right to cross the state property to now go to the city's property?
We are currently using the state's property for the parking lot.
On their property.
Yes.
You're not using their property to access another property, is what I'm trying to say.
You mean that those
You
rights?
have no rights to pass and repass through their property to the city property.
We'll pose the question to DOT. If they feel we need something additional, I'm sure they
I
will
just want to
provide.
make sure that it's not going to be, and the same with, there's that little corner that says, there's a little bit of the access aisle that goes across the property. It says access easement area, block, page, whatever, right above your stop sign. No, that's the other abutter.
That's Brady Sullivan.
Correct. And you're also using that access aisle as similar to the state,
We are using that access aisle. That is right.
right? And if that access aisle, the easement was granted to the state of New Hampshire for use in their parking lot, it was not granted for access through to the city, potentially.
I guess I will have to review the easement to see what its
I
terms
just don't want you to
are,
get in
but
trouble.
I
You get all the
don't-
way to the store and all of a sudden Brady Sullivan says, hey, guess what, guys? You never got our permission.
Simply put, both DOT and Brady Sullivan are aware of the project, and
And so it might be something you can
Yep.
very simply solve. I just don't want it to become an issue for you at some point if.
Understood, Scott.
Thank you.
We all understand how the state can be.
All right, let's
would
move on.
never.
Anything else? No?
I guess not, if you want to move on.
I want to move on from that topic. You've beaten that to death. Do you have more comments other
The
than
only other
that?
comment I had is I've actually been down there. I've been, ever since this parking lot's been a problem. This parking lot is used by residents as parking lot for Main Street. People actually park here and walk up to Main Street.
Yeah, we don't like that either.
And so that's, I know there's no way to maintain it necessarily, but if there's any way to keep an eye on that and.
We'd love to, because it would mean more parking for our customers, but technically it's a state park and ride lot. We are limited in what we can do to.
State doesn't like it when we tow people.
Yeah.
So it's a state park and ride there?
Yes.
No,
It's good to know. I'll start.
It's, you got 21 days.
Allegedly.
Parking.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Who knew? All right? Good? Eaton?
I just wanted to address Jeff's things, apologize for beating it to death, but I think it's a real simple solution. Is where is there a tenant in the back parking lot they're proposing to create? They don't own it, it's city property, they're by a lease. They wouldn't necessarily need an easement. An easement is an ownership right. If if they just get permission from the state or modify the lease slightly, that would be sufficient to do what they're doing and how the ownership is structured. It's not as if the applicant owns that property and needs an easement. So I just think they need to maybe do a quick addendum to their lease, if, to the extent it's even a concern.
Okay. Okay. Other comments, questions from the board? Comments from the public regarding this application? All right, we'll have you guys hop back for just a sec. Come on up, sir. Welcome back.
Hello, and I would like to assure you that in fact it's a designated state park and ride. It's on their map of state park and rides. When you drive in, there's an area on the right that was originally for carpool people because it was further away from the bus station. I mean, now, you know, that's as close to the bus station as you can get, but that was carpool park.
Right, good to know.
I've used it for that. Other people have used it for that because otherwise they go park at Hannaford or something else, which is not official carpool parking.
Right.
As far as people walking downtown from there, well, I don't know why they wouldn't, but it happens. So I think that, and I also want to point out that a similar situation in Portsmouth, the bus company there, C&J Trailways, is trying to buy the parking lot from the state so they can charge people to park there because they feel that's the only way to keep other people from parking at their bus station. So I think we've got a good situation there now.
Yep.
As far as it goes. And what I feel is, I think the city is being far too mean to these people. They're trying to get them to, you know, expand the parking. They've offered to do it, but they want to charge them a rent for the property. They want to charge them taxes on it. They want to charge them for trees they're not planting. When you compare that to the guy who's taking over the Pocket Park on Store Street, I would say I'd be more likely to say you should give us 5% of the sales on the plaza before I make these people, you know, pay for rent on a lot that, you know, ordinary people are parking in that are not making use of the bus service, whereas presumably everybody who's sitting in that Pocket Park is paying money to the people. So I think that I would try and be as generous as possible. I know you people aren't in charge of the money, and I know I hate to pay more taxes, but I really think they're being kind of mean, you know, hitting up with charges for no trees. And, you know, charges for renting the space when it isn't even necessarily for them. A lot of the people parked there probably aren't even bus riders. And as far as the drainage, I'm surprised. I would tell them, leave half of that stuff in gravel and let the water just sink down.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's only going to be for 5 years, why are we paying to put 3 inches of pavement on it? So, you know, once again,
Yep.
they're paying far more than they should. And so I think that, you know, anything you can do for them to make this happen is great, because they're actually trying to solve city's problem at their own expense, and then the city's trying to charge them for doing it. And the other thing I will comment on, not that you'll do anything, I hate to see that fence, because I like to walk through where that fence is. If I want to go to the bus station in my house, you walk right through it. When the highway garage was there, I used to walk across the street, walk in the back door of the highway garage. But, no, you can't do that anymore probably, but, you know, if that fence wasn't there, at least I could walk through the parking lot of the bus station instead of going way around. So, if the fence is a condition, I'd say no. If they want to do it well, I guess they can do it if they want to.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony again, on point. Thank you. Other questions, comments, concerns from the audience? No? So I think we're good, Ari, and team. Any other questions from the board? If not, we'll close the public hearing. I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Schweiker regarding the tree fee. I don't know if there's any flavor for that from the board to waive that in totality, but I'm inclined to think that might be something we have the ability to do. Yes, Ari.
Is it okay for me to speak to that item?
Yes, we can open the public hearing again and
Super.
welcome you back to the table. State your name for the record.
Here I am.
Yeah.
It's still Ari. The issue we confront is that the opportunity for a conditional use permit to replace trees with money is stated in the ordinance. And rather than go to the zoning board
Yeah, yeah.
and
I
argue our
wait another
various
month.
hardships.
I got you.
We thought we would come here, ask you to accept the alternative arrangement by conditional use permit.
I got you.
And then we would plead for mercy from city staff to say, we don't need expensive trees
We can
because.
just use these.
Yes.
Just trying to be nice.
No,
See,
it's.
Gets me in trouble.
I know it's well-intended, and believe me, I thought of it.
With regard to the fence, that's not something the city required. That was a proposal from Concord Coach.
Yes, we would like a fence.
Yeah, to keep the people from walking. I mean, it's a corridor now that people are walking to the friendly kitchen and back and forth, so I understand.
Fences are good.
I understand that.
But as far as Mr. Schweiker's comments about charging us less,
You're on
I
board.
second that motion.
Yeah, just gotta get there to do it and
Yeah,
approve it
That's a
quick.
council decision, but, thank you.
Yes, yeah, let's hear from Mr. Hicks.
So the question about gravel versus pavement, I mean, right now people are parking on the grass. So why pave it?
The city's standard is paving. We've asked for a waiver to modify the design. We're going to try to save a little money there with a little less pavement thickness. It's plowable, it's maintainable, it's a surface that looks finished. We're not looking to create a mess, so it's.
Plowable is I think is the
Yeah,
piece.
I mean, the short version of that longer answer is, we would rather save our money on the drainage design than pavement.
Can't drag a suitcase over the gravel either if it's all yucky.
We're about
All right.
convenience.
Great. Now we're going to close the public hearing. Thank you for
I'm
your
done.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Okay, let's.
Before we get too far in, with regard to the waiver 9.3, we have reached a resolution, we believe, between the city and the applicant. So rather than recommending denial of the waiver in 9.3, we're going to recommend a partial waiver to section 2207.1, such that the applicant work collaboratively to determine the design and appropriate drainage system for the temporary parking lot improvements with the engineering division to the satisfaction of city staff.
Perfect. Collaboration.
Second
Love it.
item that Alec has made me aware of is, because this is a major site plan, it technically does require architectural design review, even though there's nothing here that's architectural in nature. So I would be comfortable, given the nature of the project, that if you grant architectural design review as part of your motion, that should take.
Okay, so let's put that in as a somewhere in our recommendations here. We'll have to do that as an item, right, as a standalone item, to grant architectural design review here at the board level as opposed to pushing it back.
Yep.
We comfortable with that? Okay. All right, anything else? Nothing else from staff?
Nope.
All right, so let me hit down through these here. 9.0, again, using our findings of fact, the information that was presented here tonight, the staff reports and the testimony we heard on our public hearing, using our findings of fact to make the recommendations below, which are 9.1 is to grant the waiver requests below, which are outlined in A through C. Anything changing there?
Nope.
Someone like to make a motion to grant the waiver requests as outlined?
So moved. Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 9.2, partially grant the waiver request below from the listed sections of the site plan regulations, and that is outlined in your packet there, 674-36-2N2 and section 3508 of the site plan regulations. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that partial waiver as outlined?
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. So 9.3 is going to change.
Now, recommending the partial waiver, that the applicant work collaboratively and determine the design and appropriate drainage system, temporary parking lot improvements with engineering to the satisfaction of city staff.
Okay, so as read, as into the record there that Mr. Thompson gave us, would someone like to make that motion on 9.3 is to grant the waiver, partial waiver?
Yes.
Grant the partial waiver as outlined.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. And the sticky number 9.4 is to grant the conditional use permit from section 28.710D, which allows a fee to be paid to the City of Concord Urban Tree Fund in lieu of plantings. A sneaky little
Could they do leprechaun?
step to do that. What's that?
I have a question. So it says allows for a fee.
Yep.
So why can't we just say,
Allows a fee to be paid for $1?
The determination will be made through
right,
city.
but does the regulation actually say they have to pay or it allows the
If you
option?
don't, if you choose not to plant the trees in the parking lot as the regulations require, you don't have to pay the fee. If you want to ask the board for the alternative, that allows the board to allow the fee in lieu of.
Allows the board.
Yes.
Does not require us.
So the language in the ordinance actually reads, and I believe it's 27, or 28-7-10 of the zoning ordinance. It's under section D, which is landscape materials. At the very end, the planning board may grant a conditional use permit to pay a fee in lieu to the City of Concord Urban Tree Trust Fund in an amount equal to the wholesale and installation cost of trees required but not installed under this provision for non-residential developments. The fee
So can we
required.
just deny or we approve the waiver to not make them do landscaping for trees?
Because it says
It's in
above.
It's a zoning ordinance.
So the conditional use permits gets them, so they don't have to go through zoning. All right, would someone like to grant that conditional use permit as outlined?
So moved. Second.
Motions are made and seconded. Any discussion? You didn't have any points, you just were bringing them, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 9.5 is to grant.
9.4A,
Oh, sorry.
architectural design review.
Yes. 9.4A is to grant architectural design review for the plans we've seen here tonight, and making the determination on our level as opposed to sending it back to architectural design review. Yes.
I recommend.
You men, some
condition
better
that-
language.
Condition that prior to final approval, the accompanying major site plan application shall receive final approval, and the ADR approval shall share the same final approval date for the purposes of establishing the date of decision by the planning board.
I'm not going to repeat that, but what Alex said, would someone like to make a motion to grant that condition, that conditional use permit as, oh no, they grant the 9.4 is architectural design review approval as outlined.
So moved. Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 9.5?
Major site plan.
Right, good, okay. Grant major site plan approval for the 237 space temporary parking facility for Concord Coach Lines and the City of Concord at the unaddressed parcel on Store Street. And in that, we've got precedent conditions 1A through E, 2 through 6, and subsequent conditions 1 through 11. Would someone like to make a motion to grant major site plan approval as outlined?
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim,
All right. Yes.
we have deferred the whole idea of the tree planting, like beyond the 5-year window, because it is a temporary.
Deferred it to 10 years down the
I'm
road.
just trying to
Yeah,
figure
trying
a
to
way to
save you a
help you
few
guys
bucks.
out a little bit.
I will commit, because I'm the one working on the lease agreement, to come up with something that's amenable.
See, I'm just sitting there, I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's-
this whole
that's right.
thing,
Yeah.
making them pay for something we all.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm curious, there's nothing to do with anything. How much do you pay in registration fees to the city of Concord a year?
In the range of $300,000 to $400,000.
Registration fees?
The buses,
Because all the buses are here.
The buses go to sleep at night in
Which is
Concord.
why we want to keep them here.
Yes.
Boy, we love Concord Coach Lines.
Thought you might.
We love Concord Coach Lines. Telling you, there's a hell of a deal on a parking garage. You can get it for nothing.
Yeah, you just gotta figure out how to get it.
Pay the steal.
Yeah, just feed a shuttle bag.
Yeah, that's right, that's right.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, thank you.
Guys.
Some sleep.
We love having you. Yeah,
2 more to go.
2 more to go. Okay, item 10, amendments. We read that into the record.
This is planning board recommendations regarding zoning ordinance amendment, amending chapter 28, article 28.2, zoning districts allowable uses, amending 28.2.3, the zoning map, 28.2.3B1, the zoning overlay district maps. The quick update on this amendment is required by FEMA to reference the updated flood insurance study documents and maps updated by the federal government that take effect in January. Staff is asking that the recommend the city council approve the amendments at their January 12th public hearing.
Okay. Any questions from the board? What do you need from us? Just a recommendation to
have the
approve it
council
as
approve
submitted?
It's a very straightforward, it's literally 3 words added. It's removing the April 2010 date from one section and adding the January 26 date to another.
So moved.
Motion's been made to approve as submitted, to push this up for approval.
What Tim
Motion's been
said.
made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That motion carries. And last on the agenda,
In accordance with RSA 3656 and 3657, the town of Bosquen has noticed the City of Concord and the City of Concord Planning Board of a development of regional impact for review and comment. This is a project located in Bosquen, but it's accessed through Concord property on Elm Street. Bosquen is asking for comment and feedback from the city per the regional impact statutes. Staff recommends that the board direct staff to communicate with the town of Bosquen on city comments relative to the proposed 6-unit multifamily development. This is primarily street naming, addressing, and other things.
Yep,
Yeah.
Staff's reviewed it. We will be sharing staff comments, particularly towards our, they will be using our sanitary sewer, so we've got comments on that. Street naming, and just to make sure that the driveway portion within the city of Concord meets our standards, and their stormwater does not impact us.
So this is a serious question, not being sarcastic or a joke. What about curbing on our section if they're building a development? I'm curious, like, because the housing is not in our town.
Correct.
But the street is. So how do you deal with that?
that is a great
So
question.
they're building 6 units, and by memory of the private, this is a private drive. It's not
It's
a public
private drive,
And I don't believe that curbing is required on the private drive if it's less than.
Because it's only 6?
It's at the discretion of the city engineer.
Ah, so we're lucking out, because if it's 8 or 10 units, we'd.
But yeah, 8's the magic number, and also the grading issue is 6%, and I don't think you have either
The
issue
grade
there.
issue is not an issue.
But we would hold them
Great
to build to our standards
Yes,
in.
within the city.
Within our piece of it.
Yep.
Okay, so what do you need from us on this?
The motion to direct staff to communicate with Bosquen with our concerns.
All right, we have that motion, and we got it roundly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That motion carries, and
Before we adjourn,
before we adjourn,
did we approve the 2026 planning calendar?
That was part of the consent agenda motion at the beginning of
yes,
the meeting.
yes, that was in the list.
Are there any meetings that are not going to fall on the normal, what day is
3-week
today? Wednesday?
cycles.
Yeah.
So no holiday interferes. so
You
we-
guys weren't waiting for anything in particular, were you, on the agenda? Were you? Okay,
Yeah.
great. What are we gonna name that road?
Yeah, what,
Oh, we didn't even ask you to comment, did we?
There is none.
There is none, yeah. Sorry you had to wait the whole night. Okay. It was entertaining. Well, that's good. That's what we go for. Okay, if there's no other business that will come before the board tonight, I will entertain a motion
Move
to
adjournment.
adjourn.
Second.
Motion's been made and roundly seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. We are adjourned.